They say exercise is healthy. Some say it's controversial, but I don't think so. Look, it's not that strange. Everyone, and I mean everyone, could benefit from a little movement.
20 minutes later.
But encouraging people to move their bodies,
Okay.
that's literally violence.
This is the same mindset that leads to gym class trauma.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? Happy Sunday night. What are we doing? What are we saying? That's right. If you exercise, it can lead to gym class trauma. Don't ever get your gym trauma. Come here for Jim Tells You. How we doing tonight, everybody? We got Trumpinator, we got Mr. K, we got Sadie, Unhyphenated, Barbie World, Frames and Rhythm. What's up, Derek? Who else? SB Farmer, Steve Hilliard. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, and we got a couple of super chats already. Trumpinator with $2 says, I'll be the first. You can be the last. Hello, Mr. K. Hello, Tika. How you doing? Oh, Mr. K with $1 says, hey, what's up? Throwing in happy chat. Hello, Sunday. See how I did that? I reversed it, spun it around. Yeah, man. Hey, what's up? J-Rock, what's going on? Hey, what's new? WD Daisy, Catherine. So we're going to get into some news tonight. Sorry I didn't make the show last night. I was out late, and by the time I got home, I just didn't have time to get a show started, and just didn't seem right to start one at like 11:30, at the last minute. So I just figured, whatever. So here we go. We're going to jump right in. Going to get some news. So, and if we do get the goal tonight, I was not drunk last night. That is not true. That's a lie. But anyway, Gorilla Trump was great. Yeah. If we do meet the goal tonight of 30 super chats, we will go extra long, and who knows? I'll get through everything I have lined up for tonight, and maybe I'll even dip into the stuff I had from last night. Oh, hey, Jules, how you doing? Nice to see you. Tell everyone hi. Yeah, Gorilla Trump was great. I was not drunk. No Dayquil tonight. I'm all good. I'm all good. So, first story is, it looks like Pencil Neck is going down. The biggest huckster, congenital liar, and con artist ever to serve in Congress is headed for the big house. Ooh, could it be? Could it be? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and our illustrious president says, Adam Schiff is a thief. He should be prosecuted. Just like they tried to prosecute me and everyone else. The only difference is we were totally innocent. It was all a giant hoax. They're showing this as mortgage, progress. Oh, man. Yeah, there was. Oh, hey, Julio Scissor coming in with 5 Jim Tells You membership. letting all these people start to pay attention, aren't they? They're going to start noticing, they'll start paying attention, they'll start seeing things, and then they'll see the Matrix. You don't think he'll go anywhere? I hope so. I hope he goes somewhere. Where exactly, who knows? Oh, wow. Catherine K coming in with a 10. Oh, wow. Catherine K coming in real quick with $10. Bing, bang, boom. Thank you very much. Let's see who Julio gave those memberships to while we're at it here. We got Daniel Gygax. I wonder if he's related to Gary Gygax from Dungeons and Dragons fame. And then Hank Drunkowski. Good name. Pam Roning, Medi, and KB All Day, whatever that is. Oh, got gifted memberships. Well, thank you very much. Start noticing things, you bigots. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's see. This. Stop what? What are we stopping? I don't know what that means. Divine Justice. Schiff's criminal referral accuses him of the same things Dems prosecuted Trump for. Oh, what do you know? In a farcical irony, Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California could face criminal prosecution for the financial real estate fraud, something Democrats had toothlessly accused President Donald Trump of doing. Stop, not start. I don't know what that means. As a reminder, Trump was not criminally charged in the 2022 civil lawsuit filed by left-wing New York Attorney General T.J. James. In contrast, Schiff could be criminally prosecuted and face potential jail sentence of 20 years. William Pulte, director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, made the criminal referral in a May 27th letter to the Justice Department, but allegations were made public this week. In his letter, Pulte said Schiff has, in multiple instances, falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms, impacting payments from 2003 to 2019 for Potomac, Maryland-based property. Boom, boom, boom. Wow. In a nutshell, Schiff, a resident of California, who is a senator now from California, so he has to live in California, is accused of falsely claiming his Maryland's home was his primary residence. To get a lower interest rate. Wow. That would be known as mortgage fraud. Mr. Schiff appears to have falsified records in order to receive favorable loan terms, and also appears to have been aware of the financial benefits of a primary residence mortgage when compared to a secondary residence mortgage, Pulte wrote in his criminal referral to the DOJ. So it looks like old Shifty Schiff might have crossed the line into mortgage fraud. In 2009, 2011, 2012, and 2013, Schiff refinanced his Maryland home and listed it as private. Why the hell? Wait. Why would somebody refinance in 2009, 2011, 2012, and 2013? What is he doing? I mean, is he taking that much equity out to do other stuff? I mean, what kind of crooked shit are you doing to keep refinancing like that? I mean, rates didn't change that much, did they? I thought rates were very low all through that time because of the mortgage crisis. I thought the rates were very, very low all through that whole time. I wonder. At the same time, he simultaneously listed his California condo as his primary residence in separate financial documents. Oh, Trumpinator came in with two to say, what TF? Stop noticing things, you bigots. Okay. So we're bigots if we notice things. If the allegations are true, Pulte said, it appears Schiff committed the following federal crimes. Is Schiff guilty of real estate fraud? Well, I'll say yes. Bank fraud, making false statements to a financial institution, wire fraud, and mail fraud. That's a lot of frauds. That's 3 out of 4 frauds. Trump torched Schiff in a withering truth post on Tuesday. Adam Schiff said his primary residence was in Maryland to get a cheaper mortgage and rip off America. When he must live in California because he was a congressman from California, the president wrote. I always knew Schiff was a crook. There it is. I always knew Shifty Schiff was a scam artist and a crook. Now learn that Fannie Mae's Financial Crimes Division has concluded that Schiff is engaged in a sustained pattern of mortgage fraud. Ooh, buddy. On Tuesday, Pulte said Fannie Mae's Crime Division concluded Schiff had engaged in a sustained pattern of possible mortgage fraud. Wow. Schiff responded by claiming this was a baseless attempt at political retribution. Oh, I see. Sarcasm. Oh, wait. Forgot to do that. Forgot to shut off the ads. Oh. And his base attempt at political retribution won't stop me from holding him accountable, not by a long shot. Well, we'll see. Yep, a scam artist in Maryland to get cheaper mortgage. He always knew he was a crook. The fraud began when he refinanced his property in 2009 and continued multiple transactions. Yes. This karmically satisfying incident is poetic justice for Schiff, who has never been punished for shamelessly pushing the bogus Russia collusion hoax. I would be happy if somebody would ask Adam Schiff on the record, under oath, about the Standard Hotel and his friend Ed Buck. That would make me happy. As has been the case since Trump first entered politics, Schiff and other Democrats appear to have committed the very crimes they falsely accused the president of committing. For reference, New York Attorney General Letitia James, who prosecuted Trump for financial fraud, is currently under criminal investigation for allegedly committing mortgage fraud. Seems like all these Democrats just can't stop themselves from committing mortgage fraud. It's like Letitia James was confronted at a town hall after the FBI launched an investigation. Someone said, "Will you apologize to President Trump and the state of New York for wasting millions of dollars for a witch trial? And how does it feel now that you know you're going to go to prison for mortgage fraud?" It'd be nice if she went to prison. Time and again, Democrats prove the adage, every accusation is a confession. In other words, whenever a leftist accuses you of something, it's because they're guilty of doing it themselves. Wah, wah, wah. Well. Okay. And in other news, Illinois, it seems, in Illinois, they finally admitted in Illinois that, yes, illegal aliens do collect Medicaid. Because in Illinois, adult immigrants, illegal immigrants, age 42 to 64 without legal status, which means illegal immigrants, have lost their health care to save an estimated $404 million. Because you see now that the federal government, with the big beautiful bill, has decided that they're no longer going to reimburse states for any money that they pay out to illegals. Like if you pay for illegals, we're deducting that from what we reimburse you in Medicaid. So, yeah. So we got, we got criminal illegal aliens committing Medicare fraud with the assistance of the Democrats and local government are no longer able to commit theft and fraud. Fixed it. Well, unhyphenated, you're probably right that the reason the Republicans don't actually do anything is because they or their friends do the same things. But I'm trying not to get blackpilled. I'm trying to think that maybe this country's salvageable, that maybe there's still some people that actually care about the rule of law and actually care about what's right and fairness and honesty and, the whole foundation of what this country was built on. That maybe somebody might step up and say enough's enough. But who knows? Democrats and legacy liberal media said it was a hoax to claim that illegal foreign nationals were accessing and draining publicly funded healthcare systems. Yeah, remember? Yes. Yeah, I am disgusted too, but I still have a little bit of hope that something's going to change for the better. Yeah, Eye Patch McCain is a horrible person. I don't know why he hasn't been primaried. Yeah, New Jersey, the current cost about $50 million annually, covering which between 5,500 and 8,300 undocumented immigrants. That's crazy. Potential full cost is $375 million to $1.25 billion annually based on enrollment, between 50,000 per capita cost. An estimated 500,000. If they're a quarter on this, it'd be 1.6 billion. Wake up, people. We have to get them off the dole. You know, the illegals, A, need to go home, and B, they got to get off the dole. And there's this group of rhinos, I know we talked about it the other day, that decided that they want to put an amnesty, that they're not calling amnesty, they're calling it something else. Like, just give them work permits. Just let them stay. Make them legal. Just make a wave a magic wand and make them legal to work. Those people all need to be primaried and ran out of office on a rail, because these people all need to go. They don't need to go home. There is no amnesty. There is no work permits. There is no nothing. Every single illegal alien that's in this country needs to go home. That's it. Sorry. Come back legally. And before the election, they told you illegals don't get government subsidized health care. And now they want you to feel sad for the illegals that lost their government subsidized health care. It's funny, isn't it? Yeah. Yep, exactly. If you employ illegals, you need to be punished. Simple as that. You know. I understand Trump, what he's saying. I disagree with Trump, and I think he's being somebody is pouring poison in his ear and calling it honey, as they say, as the saying goes. No. Okay. I gotta pull up the archive because it just did me a. It always catches me off guard. Here we go. See, Illinois, among Democrat-led states rolling back Medicaid access for people lacking permanent legal status. What? They all need to go. I spent 29. I don't know what that means. 29 what? Oh, you spent $200 on groceries while standing behind a SNAP representative who paid $6.25 at a car phone. Ooh, yeah. That's yeah, that's aggravating. I mean, we used to see that stuff back in the day. You'd see the people with the food stamps and them getting in their Cadillacs and stuff. It was very upsetting. But people say that doesn't happen. It happens. It happens. It happens. So Illinois is among Democrat-led states rolling back Medicaid access for people lacking permanent legal status. So in other words, that would be people that are here illegally on Medicaid. But they said the people on here illegally can't get Medicaid. Huh. Oh, Jules comes in with her 2 cents for the goal. Thank you, Jules. Thank you very much. Let's see what this story says. It says, Sacramento, California. For nearly 20 years, Maria would call her sister, a nurse in Mexico, for advice on how to manage her asthma and control her husband's diabetes instead of going to the doctor in California. She didn't have legal status, so she couldn't get health insurance and skip routine exams, relying instead on home remedies and at times getting inhalers from Mexico. She insisted on using her only her first name for fear of deportation. Yeah, I think that was, there's nothing wrong with a little shame. People should be like, yeah, and it should be somewhere to strive to get off of. The whole thing with the debit cards now, nobody really knows, but because you can see what they are. But you can see with the EBT cards and stuff, you know what they are. Things changed for Maria and many others in recent years. When a handful of Democrat-led states opened up their health insurance programs to low-income immigrants regardless of legal status. So, in other words, they all lied when they said illegal aliens couldn't get health care, didn't they? Because they opened it up to them. Maria and her husband signed up the day the program began. What do you know? It changed immensely, like from earth to the heavens, she said. It was so great me getting all this free shit that I didn't pay for. She was so happy. And now she's sad because they're taking away her free shit that she didn't pay for. Oh, Julio, what's it say? Says, this is horseshit. I work in the medical sector. There are entire companies who make money for getting Medicaid for illegals. I know because I work alongside one. Yes. Mm-hmm. At least 7 states and the District of Columbia. See, now this is weird because how could the District of Columbia offer coverage for illegal immigrants when the District of Columbia should be bound by federal law, which supposedly says you can't get benefits if you're an illegal alien? Can someone explain that to me? Oh, that's right, because they let these crazy people in D.C. run themselves, and there shouldn't actually be any people in D.C. They should kick them all out. Not kick them out like, say, like, you have to leave, but say that the people that live in D.C., no, you're not in D.C., you're actually in Maryland, and send them back to Maryland. And D.C. should not have anybody living in it. They shouldn't have, there's never supposed to. It was never designed to have people living in D.C. Yeah. But 3 of them have done about face, ending or limiting coverage for hundreds of thousands of immigrants who aren't in the U.S. legally. California, Illinois, and Minnesota. Because, you know why? Do you know why they rolled it back? Because the federal government in the big beautiful bill said, if you pay money for illegal aliens, we're deducting that from what we reimburse your state. Because we're not going to reimburse your state for money that you're giving to illegals. So, thanks, but for playing. So those states can't afford it, so they had to roll it back. So, yeah. So all the lies that they get up there and they say, oh, they're not getting Medicaid, they're not getting Medicaid. But clearly they were. Clearly they were. The program costs way more than officials had projected at the time when the states are facing multi-billion-dollar deficits now and in the future. In Illinois, adults, immigrants aged 42 to 64 without legal status have lost their health care. That they said they never had, though. They said they never had the health care. How could you lose it if you never had it? Obviously, someone's lying. Who's lying? Who is lying? And it's going to save an estimated $404 million a year. Whoa. All adult immigrants in Minnesota no longer have access to the state program, saving nearly $57 million a year. And in California, no one will automatically lose coverage, but new enrollments for adults will stop in 2026 to save more than $3 billion over several years. Yeah, these people should just be. Julio says there are these things called federally qualified healthcare clinics that treat illegals at the citizens' expense. Look up Mary's Center in D.C. There are 100 of these across the country. He says, if we pay for illegals getting Medicare, Medicaid, why do national borders matter at all? Why not just offer it to everyone in the world? Well, that's pretty much what certain people want. They want everyone to be able to come here. Just get whatever we got and just give it to them. You know, hey, Duck and Felonies, how you doing? Nice seeing you. Cuts in all 3 states were backed by Democrat governors who once championed expanding health care to illegal immigrants. Yeah, I agree. I don't have any pity for anyone who votes Democrat anymore because it's basically they're socialists and communists now, all of them. Because that's all they're going for. If you look at who's winning these elections and who's champion and who their golden people are, AOC, Mandami, this a light bulb headed guy in Minnesota. You know, I am the man now. They're all commies. The Trump administration this week shared the home addresses and ethnicities and personal data of all Medicaid recipients with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials. 20 states, including California and Illinois, have sued. But guess what? The federal court said, no, you have no right. You have no right to say that government has the data. They have a right to know who's collecting Medicaid. And if they're collecting Medicaid and they're illegal, they got to go. Got to go. Yeah, they're communists that claim they're socialists. they don't know the difference, But anybody who's claiming they want to seize the means of production and get rid of private property, that's not a socialist. That's a communist. Healthcare providers told the Associated Press that everything, especially the fear of being arrested or deported, is having a chilling effect on people seeking care. Yeah, I've seen the pictures. Have you guys seen the pictures of the hospital emergency rooms now that are empty in California? People are like, what's going on here? Where are all the people? I can get in and get my seat. Not waiting, 12 hours to get a seat. The highways in California that seem like they're wide open now. It seems like maybe Los Angeles might have had a few more illegals than they claimed. I feel like they continue to squeeze you more and more until you get to the point you'll burst, Maria said, referencing all the uncertainties for people who are in the U.S. without legal permission. Okay, see, that's another way of saying they're illegal aliens. Need to go home, Maria. Maria, go home. People are going to die. People are going to die. They always scream, people are going to die. People who run free and community health clinics in California, Minnesota said patients who got on state Medicaid programs received knee replacements and heart procedures and were diagnosed for serious conditions like late-stage cancer. So you guys hear that. So illegal aliens are getting knee replacements and cancer surgeries and all this other stuff, life-saving measures, while veterans are dying on the street because they can't be seen, and while people are dying left and right and you're waiting to get seen and you pay $300 for a prescription because you got to pay for the illegals. That's what's happening. Yeah, Julio, I would agree. The fact that Modelo is the number one selling beer in the country tells me that we're underestimating the number of illegals. Yes, I agree. Kevin with the eagle eye noticed I didn't shave today. Good job. Commonwealth Community Health is one of the nation's largest free clinics, serving many uninsured and underinsured immigrants in the Chicago area who have no other option for treatment. This includes the people who have lost coverage when Illinois ended its health benefits for immigrants adult program, which served about 31,000 people aged 42 to 64. One of Community Health's community outreach workers and a care coordinator said Eastern European patients she works with started coming in with questions about what the changes meant for them. We have a lot of illegal Eastern European aliens, because if we do, they need to go too. The worker spoke to the AP on a condition of anonymity to protect patients' privacy. Yeah, Modelo is good beer. I like Modelo, Especial. I like it. I think it's a good beer. Nothing wrong with it. I also like Dos Equis, Red Stripe. I like all types of beer, really. I think Stella Artois is one of my favorites. But yeah, I mean, maybe you know what, Philip? Maybe you're right. Maybe it's the Ukrainian cam girls that are going in to get their STD checks or something. Could be. Yeah. She said many of the patients who don't speak English and don't have transportation to get to clinics, they could treat them. They spoke to the AP on a condition of anonymity to protect patients' privacy. Well, if they don't speak English, how did the AP speak to them? They didn't answer that question. Health Finders Collective of Minnesota's rural Rice and Steele counties south of Minneapolis serves low-income and underinsured patients, including large populations of Latino immigrants and Somali refugees. Do we really? Yeah. Red Stripe and Stella are your go-to? What if? Yeah, I like those, man. I love them. You know. Can't go wrong, in my opinion. I'm an island guy. But, yeah. Community Health CEO Stephanie Will says, worried about the stability of the program because it was fully state funded, but truthfully, we thought the day was much, much further away. I like, Pat, and honestly, I'll tell you something, Steve. Pabst Blue Ribbon, good beer in the summertime. What else is really good in the summer? Old style, with a nice hot day in the summertime. Those beers taste so good. They're so refreshing. You know what else is really refreshing? Hot summer days. Hams, a beer refreshing. Hams, a beer refreshing. Hams. People are going to die. People are going to die. People are going to die. They're going to go untreated, Alicia Hardy says, chief executive officer of the Communicare OLE clinics in California, said the state's Medicaid changes. It's hard to see the humanity in the decision-making that's happening right now. Oh, the humanity, the humanity, the humanity. From the land of sky blue waters, waters comes a beer refreshing. A spokesman for the Minnesota Department of Health said that ending the state's program will decrease Minnesota care spending in the short term, but she acknowledged the healthcare costs would rise elsewhere, including uncompensated care at hospitals. Well, Coors is a banquet beer. People always die. I'm not a fan of Budweiser. Although, if I have to drink Budweiser, I will say Budweiser Select is pretty good. You know, it's drinkable. But other than that, I don't like regular Bud or Bud Light or anything like that. I like Miller High Life over Miller Genuine Draft. But Demuth also noted that children will still have coverage and adults lacking permanent legal status can buy private health insurance. Healthcare providers are also worried that preventable conditions go unmanaged. Of those safety net public hospitals, Cook County Health in Chicago treated about 8,000 patients from Illinois' program last year. Erica Michaelitis, the health CEO, said that they brought in $111 million in revenue. Wow. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they ever brought Old Style back to Wrigley's. I mean, I don't think they've had an Old Style at Wrigley's since Harry Carey died. I could be wrong. Yeah, so state lawmakers said California's Medicare changes stem from budget issues, a $12 billion deficit this year alone. So yeah, so all the times that they keep telling you, just remember that when anyone tells you that illegals don't get Medicaid or any of that stuff, you just tell them, yeah, they do. Right there, it's in the story. 20 states gave it to them. So, well, it's the same 20 states, by the way, that don't require any ID to vote. Did you know that? Strange, right? Guess what else those 20 states did? Those 20 states all went for Kamala Harris. Surprising, isn't it? You start to notice things. You see the patterns. You pick them out. All right, we're going to jump to the next story. Jump to the next story here. We got an attempted. I like Jim because he reads comments from non-super chats. I read comments that I think are directed to me. If people are talking to themselves in the chat, I try to ignore those. But like Barbara Rose says, Rainier Beer. I used to like what was called Olympia. Yeah, I think that when I was out west, Olympia was good. Or what was the other one called? There was another one out west. What was the name of it? When they used to have the pull tabs. You have TRICARE Prime. So, well, thank you for your service. They need to put all veterans on Medicaid because VA doesn't pay for anything else that's direct caused by their service. Not Medicaid. They should just Medicare would be better for the veterans. Medicaid is really hard to get covered. You know, hard to find doctors that'll cover Medicaid unless you just go to the hospital. But wow, Milwaukee's best guy when you're a long lad, $3.99 a case. I don't remember it was $3.90. I don't remember it being $3.99 a case. But I remember when you used to be able to get like a 30 pack of, I want to say Milwaukee's Best or something like that for, I think it was like $5.99 or something, but I could be wrong. Yeah, Medicare, not Medicaid. Yes. Yeah. Attempted Islamic honor killing. 2 Muslim migrants from Iraq are on trial in Olympia, Washington. Hey, Olympia! Over an alleged attempted murder on their teenage daughter outside Timberline High School last year. Prosecutors say that Islan Ali and Zara Ali strangled the girl to try to kill her as revenge for her rejecting their plan to marry her off to an older Muslim man in her home country. They also pulled her out of school. They allegedly hunted her down after she ran away the day she was supposed to fly one way to Iraq. Yeah, they do have the 80-20 Medicare stuff. A lot of people don't realize that, but You get like a Medicare Advantage or Medicare C plan or something and pick up most of that stuff. But anyway, the mother's also charged with burglary and violating a restraining order, but her defense argues that she couldn't read English on the legal documents when she was served. The mother also was arrested for allegedly trying to escape to Canada following the attack. Oh, that's a likely story. I didn't read English. Ignorance of the law is no excuse, they say. The Ali parents are arguing that they were using self-defense and that they were victims of violence from intervening students and adults. Let's see. What we got here?
Is about to take a one-way trip to Iraq, scheduled to leave the morning of October 18th. We're not showing the victim or any minors in this case to protect their identities.
And based on your prior experiences in Iraq, did you have concerns about being safe upon your return?
Yes.
What concern did you have about returning to the U.S. afterwards?
Not returning at all.
So that morning, she packed up her things and left home in the early morning hours with just $100, heading to a place where she felt safe, at school. There, a school counselor helped connect her with a safe place to stay at a crisis youth residential center. And she was headed there when her father tracked her down outside the school near the bus stop. Witness after witness have described the terrifying scene that then unfolded. As prosecutors say, Mr. Ali tried to strangle his daughter during an argument.
She was gasping for air and her eyes were rolling back to the back of her head.
Her face was looking like pale and her eyes were starting to roll back.
Her eyes were rolling back.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say they're rolling back, what do you mean by that?
They were rolling back and
Several students jumped in, helplessly trying to pry the victim from her father's grasp as her body was going limp.
I tried to help her, but I wasn't strong enough, and a lot of other students stepped in at that point.
And that's when he was still like fighting. He had like put her in a lock and I'm still like on his arm. And then they fall to the ground and I had like ripped his arm sleeve off of his jacket. And once I couldn't get his arm off of her, I started punching him in the head.
The victim's teenage boyfriend was also there trying to help, but witnesses say he was punched in the face by Mr. Ali.
I flew back a little bit and I like thought I had to recollect myself and like look at myself like that just happened to like assure me like that just happened.
Why didn't you just let him take her home?
Because he didn't want to take her home.
So that's what's happening, mandatory prison sentence for the parents or any other person involved in this murder plot. Who cares if the mother never learned English? She lives in the U.S. and is subject to U.S. laws, which should have been incentives to learn English. Important third world, bring in the problems of the third world. Report the third world, bring in problems of the third world. That being said, we don't allow this shit in the United States. If you try to kill your daughter, you'll be charged with attempted murder. Yeah, that's right. That's what we say. So here's the story from the local 7 on Your Side news. Jurors hear from eyewitnesses victim in the Lacey attempted honor killing. Notice I put that in quotes. Honor killing. Is it really an honor killing? Because the honorable? I don't know. I mean, I guess they don't really treat women well in Islam, do they? I mean, really? Do they? I mean, I don't know. I guess it's a matter of what you think is well. I guess I don't want to disparage a religion, the religion of peace and all that stuff, but it doesn't seem very peaceful if you're doing honor killings. A disturbing story out of Lacey that unfolded last fall outside of Timberline High School, the afternoon of October 18, 2024. Cell phone video and video from a nearby bus show a father choking his daughter. According to prosecutors, to the point multiple witnesses stated her eyes were rolling back in her head, her lips were turning purple, and she was losing consciousness. On the video, students could be heard yelling, "Get off her, call the cops." They tried to get the girl help. Now it's the center of the trial in Thurston County Superior Court. You know what they needed? What they could have used is somebody to jog by maybe with a knife to save them. Maybe if there was at a track meet, somebody could have helped. Somebody gets that joke, they'll let me know. Get off her, let her go. Somebody call the cops. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, those were some of the frantic words from numerous Timberline High School students as they watched Ilsan Ali put his 17-year-old daughter in a headlock. Thurton County prosecutor told Olivia Zhu told the jury in opening statements. Prosecutors in the case said Ilhan Ali had threatened his daughter with so-called honor killing for refusing to travel to Iraq for an arranged marriage to an older man. Wow. So he actually told her that? The story starts about a month before the attack when the problems already started brewing between Ali's and the family of their daughter's 16-year-old boyfriend. Oh, so she had a boyfriend. No, you're not related to Gary Gygax, Daniel? Oh, okay. So you're not, are you into D&D, Dungeons and Dragons? Because with a name like Gygax. Have you ever been to GaryCon? Just wondering. No? The boyfriend's father, Victor Barnes, took the stand during the first week of trial. I realized she wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend, and I tried to say, hey, let's not further this more than what needs to be. If that's the rules, that's the rules. Let's not involve ourselves in that, Barnes told the jury. But you know, they're kids. Love is a strong thing when you're a child. When you don't know better, you sort of don't know better. Huh. That's sort of where we're coming from as parents. As time went on, things got very strange. I'd say it got strange. A guy tried strangling his daughter. You think that happened? That she lost her value? Did he check her out? Did he check her hymen? A previous incident at school between Zahar Ali and her daughter's boyfriend set events in motion. It hasn't been revealed in court what happened there, but we do know it prompted the boyfriend's family to get a restraining order against Mrs. Ali. Oh, so it said Mrs. Ali? Is that the... Also, that was the mother. I can't tell the difference. Once I found out the school had a no trespass order on Zahar Ali and the parents pulled the daughter out of school, I didn't feel like my son was in immediate danger until they knew where we lived. Once I found out that they knew where we lived, they came to our house. That's when I said I have to do something. Well, if they came to my house and I was the father, I would have done something like right then and there. That was when you would do something. When they come to your house going, agala, bagala, bagala, you're going to tell them, Durka, Durka, Muhammad Jihad. Mrs. Ali's defense attorney had argued that she didn't read English and may not have fully understood the restrictions in the order, which was served October 16th, just 2 days before the prosecutors say the victim was choked by her father outside the school. Body camera footage of the Lacey police officer serving Miss Ali was shown in the court. Don't make contact with these people in any way. Don't call them, talk to them. An officer can be heard telling Miss Ali, if you do, you're going to be subject to arrest. During the trial, jurors has also heard then 17-year-old victim as she described everything leading up to that day in October. She told the jury how she didn't feel safe visiting Iraq. Who the fuck would feel safe visiting Iraq? There's a bunch of Iraqis there. How her parents had pulled her out of school and put her in online classes after finding out she was dating, and how she found out she was about to take a one-way trip to Iraq, scheduled to leave the morning of October 18th. A one-way ticket to midnight. Call it heavy metal down tonight. Como News has not identified the victim or any minors in this case to protect their identities. Well, the victim is obviously the daughter of the two Ali peoples. I mean, people do some crazy things and think God told them. I mean, I think more people have been killed because of the word of God than anything else, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty damn close. Yeah. The crazy is a lot of the Afghan women who brought her, they support Sharia law. It's weird. Yeah, I got that. It's in there. I pulled up the Schiff stuff. That was the first story, Steve, and then I got Obama stuff is in the Obama stuff. It's in there. It's in the stack. It's just not, like I said, I like to do the big stories in the middle, because I like to, build to the crescendo. Based on your prior experience in Iraq, do you have concerns about your safe upon your return? Well, no, I would not return yet. So that morning, she packed up her things, left home early in the morning with just $100, heading to a place she felt safe, which was school. What's odd about that is school is actually one of the most dangerous, little bit Death Angel Shadow. I'd say I like to bust out song when I feel happy, but school is one of the most dangerous places for kids to be, actually. Believe it or not, it's usually where they're going to experience the most violence, unless they live in a home that's violent. But most kids don't. So there was a Death Angel Shadow. There was a part in the story about her taking a one-way ticket to Iraq. So I said a one-way ticket to midnight, call, this heavy theme of heavy metal. There, a school counselor helped her connect a safe place to stay at a crisis youth center, and she was headed there when her father tracked her down outside the school near a bus stop. Why weren't the police called immediately and when this happened? I don't get it. Witness after witness described the terrible events that followed as Mr. Ali tried to strangle his daughter. She was gasping for air, her eyes were rolling back in her head, her face looked pale. The victim's boyfriend said several students jumped in, helplessly trying to pry the victim from her father's grasp. It's a shame that none of these kids had a knife or something in their backpack. Just saying. I tried to help her, but I wasn't strong enough. And a lot of other students stepped in at that point. I mean, I guess they probably couldn't because it's probably against the law to have, even if it's just a pocket knife for like whittling. I mean, what do they do now? I wonder for like woodshop class, because you used to be able to bring knives and stuff to school for woodshop, and you have like tools and stuff to do wood. Do they not do that anymore? Do they not have woodshop? What I don't know what this means. I bet the woman in your life appreciates you. I don't know if that's a compliment or if you're taking a shot at me, Steve. What are you trying to tell me? That's when Mr. Ali, was still fighting. He put her in a headlock, and another student told the jury that's when I grabbed his arm, and they fall to the ground, and I had ripped the sleeve off his jacket. I couldn't get his arms off her. I started punching him in the head. Witness told the jury the victim's teenage boyfriend was also punched in the face by Mr. Ali, trying to stop the attack. I flew back a little bit. I had to recollect myself. Okay. If he's her parent and he's bigger than you, why didn't you just let her take him home? Because he didn't want to take her home. He didn't believe he wanted to take her home? No. Other students reported see Mr. Ali grabbing at their daughter's neck, appearing to try to help her husband. It wasn't until a bus driver and other drivers on the road stopped to help that they were able to free the teen from the grasp and pin Mr. Ali down. Obviously, she was in distress. Her eyes were rolling back. John Denicola, a bus driver who stopped to help, the look on his face was just squeezing. He was just choking her. Victim turned around and looked at me, and her eyes huge, and her face said, "The shovel, Miss Wagner," who also stopped me. She looked very confused, absolutely terrified. I understand the victim broke down in tears. Think about how horrible that must be for this girl to know that her parents tried to kill her, that she was just like a piece of garbage that they could just kill and get rid of if she didn't go and marry him off. I mean, was this like some dowry thing where they were going to marry her off to an older man and get paid or something? Was that what was going on? And she's like, what, heartbroken by what my dad did, of dying. The victim and her boyfriend ran inside the school for help. Mrs. Ali chased them, and the school was put on lockdown. Police responded. She was screaming, "My dad tried to kill me." I want to be careful what they say versus what you see. They're different, and you're going to see that. Oh, they've urged the jury to weigh the video and incident over witnesses' statements. The victim will tell you that they don't think my mom was trying to hurt me. I think she was trying to protect me from the chaos. She appeared worried. Timothy Leary, who is representing Mrs. Ali in the case, told the jury. So I wonder if he gave her any LSD, because it wasn't Timothy Leary the guy who invented LSD. Probably a different Timothy Leary. Prosecutors and defense attorneys for the Alis have presented two different takes on what happened that day. Of course, that's usually what happens. The prosecutors say one thing, the defense attorneys say another thing, and the jury figures out what the middle is. Now it'll be up to jury to see which side they believe. Oh, look at this. J.H. Swalback. They don't have markers in class. I bet you're a considerate man. Well, I try to be. Since I'm invoking a cash jihad. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Cash jihad. For Jim tells you. Everyone join. God commands you. God wills it. And good logic thinks it's a good idea too. Is he streaming tonight? I didn't even notice if he was streaming. Thank you very much for the $20. Oh, you think that Timothy Leary died many, many years ago? Well, maybe he's still alive. Maybe he's defending people for trying to strangle their daughters because they were all tripped out on acid. Could be. They want this cultural practice of honor killings defended here and practiced in the U.S. Oh, Possible. 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 Where we at here? Wow, we're 7 out of, we got 7 out of 30 down. 7 out of 30 Super Chats down. All right. Now we're going to move on to the next story here. It says, President Trump's DOJ is now asking for Pennsylvania, Alaska, Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, Nevada, New Hampshire, New York, and Wisconsin to hand over all election information, including complete voter rolls, data on moved or inactive voters, and details on how the rolls are maintained. Somebody knows something's up, and they're going to check it out. Trump's DOJ asking for voter rolls. In 2020, a sealed report from the Election Assistance Commission showed that over 1.8 million inactive voters were still mailed ballots across swing states. I wonder why that happened. Anyone know? Most were never verified. Many voted. But here's the kicker. 12 counties had more votes than registered citizens, and no one went to jail. Why now? Why this timing? Who's scared of what might be uncovered? Very question. Hey, Barbie World with a $4.99 super sticker. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, I know the Biden administration said no fraud whatsoever. It's the safest election in history. Yeah. And Biden was the most sane, competent, most sharpest attack, right? Here's the story of a lovely lady. Oh, Kevin Pastrano comes in for $1.99. Thank you very, very much. Trump DOJ wants states to turn over voter list election info. What you do it to me? What you do it to me? You did no. Why do you keep doing it? Trying to close this ad up. Aha. Whatever. I guess it's going to have to be. Yeah, those people, the visiting voters, those are cool too. Art link letters? I don't know. I know that, well, there was a guy named Olson who jumped out of a 12-story building who worked for the CIA, part of MK Ultra, whose son was Ted Olson, who worked for the Bush administration later on. So you might want to look that up. Olson, I think his name was Robert Olson. A voter cast an early ballot at a polling station in Milwaukee, 2023, Wisconsin. At least 9 states have received requests from the U.S. Department of Justice for voter information, raising concerns among election officials about how the Trump administration will use the data. They'll use the data to figure out if any illegals voted. That's what they want to know. The DOJ is also demanding Colorado turn over all records related to the 2024 election, a massive trove of documents that could include ballots and even voting equipment. Colorado inquiry, the most sweeping publicly known request, underscores the extent of the administration's attention on state election activities. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Colorado's getting special treatment because of the woman. I'm trying to think of her name. The woman that they're basically torturing in prison for trying to investigate what happened in 2020. At least 9 states have received requests for the information over the past 3 months, according to letters from the DOJ obtained by state line. Some states also received emails from DOJ officials last week asking for meetings to discuss information sharing agreements. The department's focus on the elections comes after President Donald J. Trump directed U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi in March to seek information about suspected election crimes from state election officials and empower her to potentially withhold grants or other funds from uncooperative states. For years, Trump has advanced claims about elections, including the idea that the 2020 election was stolen. Now back in power, the administration is taking new interest in how states and even local authorities administer elections. Last week, a political operative approached several Republican county clerks in Colorado to enlist them in election integrity efforts in light of Trump's sweeping March executive order overhauling election administration. One clerk showed State Line the operative claimed to represent the White House. Whatever the Trump administration tries to pull is very unlikely to be successful. Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold, a Democrat, said in an interview, well, she's got some problems because it turns out she might have broke the law because she released information that violates the law online with the election security. She broke the law, and they tried to hide it and tried to not say anything and change them. We'll see what happens with her. But, calling Colorado elections very secure. Yeah, right. And I do think they're trying to undermine our elections in large in this country. Absolutely. The DOJ sent letters to Alaska. Yeah, we read that. The letters are typically asking officials to describe how they register voters and work to identify duplicate registrations and individuals not eligible to vote, such as people with felony convictions and those who have died. Washington Post earlier Wednesday reported on the letters. VoteBeat and NPR previously published some of the letters as well. Most letters also ask about each state's process for flagging non-citizen applicants. Non-citizen voting is against federal law and incredibly rare. I don't think it's incredibly rare. You guys throw that in, but you have no proof that it's incredibly rare. Trump and his allies have promoted claims about its prevalence. They throw these other false claims. It's not false. The Trump administration also conducted a general crackdown on illegal immigration. Yes, illegal aliens have to go home. Not a general crackdown. It's just a crackdown. They have to go home. Wow. Letters calling election officials to turn over voter registration lists, which in some instances contains data on millions of residents in their states. The request has raised the most concerns that some experts saying and exactly why the DOJ wants the information. Well, hey, you know what? We've got 80 people here watching live on YouTube. So if you're new here, please hit the subscribe button. Also hit the like button and pay attention to the goal. If you guys want to go long tonight, if you want to go maybe 4 or 5 hours, there's a goal of 30 super chats of any size, any shape, any color, and we'll go an extra 2 to 3 hours past the 2-hour mark. So it's up to you what you want to do. They don't make much sense as law enforcement investigations. They make it much more on another person, said Jason Levitt, who served as a senior policy advisor for Democracy and Voting Rights in the White House and now a law professor at Loyola Marymount University. While many states make their voter registration lists available to the public, Levitt emphasized that data can still be largely off limits to the federal government. How can it be off limits to the federal government if it's public? If it's public, the federal government has every right to look at it if it's public. Federal privacy law sometimes restricts how the government can use the data that's publicly attainable. That's retarded. That doesn't make any sense. The DOJ may need the voter information in some individual circumstances, but not blanket permission to go vacuum up data. Well, we'll see. DOJ didn't respond for comments for the story. Federal law restricts the federal government's ability to centralize information on Americans, said David Becker, executive director of the Nonpartisan Center for Election Innovations and Research, which basically means they're trying to find ways to cheat. Even if states provide voter registration information to the public, they often redact sensitive information. In Orange County, California, DOJ sued local election officials in June seeking unredacted voter registration information such as social security numbers and driver's licenses as part of the investigation into non-citizen voting. More than 350 election officials from some 33 states participated in a conference call about federal actions on Monday, hosted by Becker, who was previously an attorney in the DOJ voting rights section during the administrations of Clinton and George W. Bush. Said the interest in the call showed the level of uncertainty and anxiety over the current federal imposition on election administrations. They want to make sure you're not letting illegal votes. That's it. The DOJ seems dead set on acquiring personal information on voters, including driver's license numbers, social security numbers, and dates of birth, records that are highly protected under federal law and under state law, but which state election officials are sworn to protect. Sweep in Colorado. In Colorado, the amount of data the DOJ wants is enormous. Harmeet Dillon, an assistant U.S. Attorney General in the DOJ Civil Rights Division, was the head of the Civil Rights Division, said Griswold a letter asking for access to all records related to the 2024 election. Federal law requires state election officials to preserve records related to elections for 22 months. Typically, the rule ensures records are preserved in case of any lawsuits are filed over an election. In the letter, Dillon referred to a complaint against Griswold's office alleging non-compliance with records retention law, but provided no details. Well, yeah, because they charged a woman. There's a woman. I can't think of her name. They charged her with crimes because she preserved data they were telling her to erase when she was trying to comply with the law. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to try and put a federal hook on that, I think, to get that woman out of jail. Experts on election administration spoke to Stateline expressed shock at the scope of the demand to Colorado to request encompass a vast trove of material, potentially including ballots. Okay. The amount of records being requested from places like Colorado, it's really, really significant in terms of volume of material they were requesting to be retained. Well, the law says they're supposed to retain it for 22 months, so they should have it. Former voting rights litigator at the DOJ during the Obama first Trump administration said the current policy, and research director at Nonpartisan Institute for Responsive Government, Colorado elections have previously drawn Trump's attention. That's Tina Peters, a staunch Trump supporter, serving a 9-year prison sentence for allowing unauthorized access to voting equipment in 2021. Yeah, she allowed someone to make a copy. I believe it's still $3.99 a month to join, Hank. It's the lowest price, and then there's $5.99 and $9.99, I think. On 5 year, May 5 of this year, a week before the Dillon letter to Griswold, Trump posted on social media that Peters should be released, calling her a political Griswold. I think the bigger picture is Trump is continuing to try and rewrite the 2020 election. And Griswold told Salem, "Well, we're going to do some investigating. People are going to have to, truth's going to have to come out." The Colorado Secretary of State's office responded to the DOJ by providing copies of the state's master voting file and voter history file. All the information provided is also available to the public. Some Colorado Republican county clerks in recent days have also been approached by Jeff Small, a political operative who worked at the U.S. Department of Interior during the first Trump administration. State Land Colorado spoke to GOP clerks who said they had spoken to Small last week. The clerk of El Paso, which includes Colorado Springs, is the most populous county in the state, said that on July 9th received a text from Small who introduced himself in a voicemail and asked who says he works for the White House. Schlenker said that he called back. Small said he wants to build relations with clerks because the Trump administration wasn't happy with the progress in the president's election executive order. Detective Schmenkler with the Homeland Security official who wanted to test the security of El Paso's county election systems. There's 3 prices to join, Hank. Here. You could go to check the prices, Hank. You could go and go to like update, and you could change, like you could change your level on pricing. And they'll tell you the prices. There should be 3 prices. Here's the. This is the link to join. If anyone wants to join. Weld County Clerk Carrie Coppa said she also heard from Small, but the Small told her he wasn't under contract or being paid for the call. Small indicated he was making calls on behalf of former colleagues. Small, a former Capitol Hill chief of staff, now works for Colorado-based government affairs firm, did not return a call to his office. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security sent a statement to the agency works with local partners to ensure elections remain safe. You got kind by a lifeboat. What's the lifeboat? I don't know. We don't disclose every single conversation we have with them, and an FADHS spokesman said in an email. Matt Crane, executive director for the Colorado County Clerks Association, said he was aware of 10 clerks approached by Small. He noted that every clerk approached by Small hails from a county that uses Denver-based Dominion voting systems. While Dominion is widely used in Colorado, it's been the subject of election conspiracy theories. A former candidate for county sheriff in South Colorado was arrested in June accused of firebombing a clerk's office. What? Colorado Public Radio reported the suspect, according to law enforcement, had spoken publicly trying to get rid of Dominion's machines. It's really important to say that it was a Republican clerk who stood up to the Republican administration and said, "No, we're going to follow the law." The intent of the efforts by Small and the federal government has been muddled, it seems. Montrose County Clerk Terry Gaines said, based on our conversation with other clerks, she said it appears Small represented one thing to other clerks that he represented, maybe it's watered down version by the time it got to me. Small wanted to discuss Trump's executive order. He said Small asked if she'd be willing to support a federal task force efforts and advisory role. But frankly, I'm glad that they're finally reaching out to the boots on the ground, the people who actually conduct the election, instead of listening to those who have never conducted a Colorado election. Letters to other states. As Colorado grapples with the most far-reaching requests, other states are choosing how to respond. Wisconsin State Election Commission responded to a DJ request for the voter registration list. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, a Democrat, responded that the June 20th letter told the state to ensure voter registration applications provide a driver's license number if they have one instead of a partial Social security number. The OJ also wanted Arizona to check voters against a state database to look for non-citizens. Oh, hey, look at that, Mr. K coming in with a couple dollars. Thank you very much. It's getting us a third of the way there. So what do we got? 10? What do we got? 10? Yeah, so we're 10 out of 30. There we go. So we got 20 more to go to get the extra long show. We got an hour. We got an hour into the show right now. So, we're focused on dealing with the DOJ in a good faith manner while ensuring that we follow the letter of federal and state laws. Fontes said. More recently, Arizona received a letter from July 10th on DOJ about implementation of Trump's election executive order. Rhode Island Democratic Secretary of State Greg Amore also received an email about the order same day, according to a copy provided to the Rhode Island Current. In the email, Principal Deputy Executive Office of the United States Attorneys asked for a call to discuss possible information sharing agreement to provide the DOJ with information on individuals who have registered to vote or have voted despite being ineligible, those who have committed other forms of election fraud. The email echoes the language in Trump's executive order, which calls for DOJ to reach information sharing agreements with states, while much of the order, which focused on proof of citizenship in election, has been struck down in federal court. Yeah, that's crazy, right? That proof of citizenship in federal elections was struck down in federal court. Just let that rattle around in your head for a little while, that you can't require proof of citizenship to vote. But they wanted, driver's license for you to, go to the store and everything, and ID and, vaccine card and all that. The executive order directs Bondi and U.S. Attorney General to prioritize enforcement of federal election integrity laws in uncooperative states. It also requires her to review grants and other DOJ funds that could be withheld from states that resist. Some states have already struck deals with the Trump administration. Indiana Republican Secretary of State Diego Morales announced an agreement last week with U.S. Customs and Immigration Services, allowing the state to access a database to verify citizenship of registered voters. Alabama Republican Secretary of State Wes Allen has signed a similar agreement. With your cooperation, we plan to use this information to enforce federal election laws and protect the integrity of federal elections, Langley wrote to Rhode Island. Janine Weissman, so there's a story. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens if maybe, something comes of this. And here we go. Now we're going to add some good stuff here. We got panic mode. Uh-oh. The more you pay, the more Jim gets. Not sure what the extra member gets. I'm still working that out, what the extra memberships get, Hank. Basically anybody who is anybody who is a Matrix member is allowed to be my. I will follow them on Twitter and interact and message with me on Twitter at any point in time they can. So there's that. I don't know what that's worth to anybody. I'm working on once we get enough members, I'm going to start doing members only streams for the members. But we don't have enough members to really do member only streams. I got like 60 members, and I don't know how that would work. So. Trumpinator coming in with $1, $2, $3, $4, $5 to get us halfway to the goal. Well, Facebook, I don't know, locals. There's plenty of other places you can reach out to me. So Democrat Rep Jim Himes demands DNI Gabbard halt the release of the Obama Bear deep state docs because John Brennan's life is in danger from MAGA mouth breathers. Huh. He really said that. Yeah. Congressman Himes and his fellow travelers got President Trump shot, Republican congressman shot, attempted assassination of Justice Kavanaugh, etc. So I'm unmoved by his concerns for John Brennan. Something tells me that Representative Himes is motivated by a little more than concern about John Brennan's safety. Just the first paragraph of his Wikipedia bio is mind-blowing. Himes was born July 5th, 1966 in Lima, Peru, to American parents. His father, James R. Himes, worked for the Ford Foundation in Lima. His father was also director of the UNICEF Innocenti Center, a research institute on child development in Florence, Italy. His mother, Judith A. Himes, recently board of director for the New Jersey Board of Higher Education in Trenton, New Jersey. So basically... his parents are in intelligence, if you know what that means. Oh, look at that. Now we got 20 way. We got 10 more to go only. Wow. Trumpinator coming through. Himes traveled to interview Nicaraguan communists for the thesis and promised that they were actually good people. And who sponsored the trip? What do you know? Harvard. Well, that's right. Trump hit Kimmel for $500. Oh yeah, there's Julio Scissors with 5 more memberships. Trumpinator with more dollars. Thank you. Yeah, there is 18 emojis. There was at one point we had over 200 members at one point the first month. So and then they just dropped off. So yeah, Himes submitted a thesis. Sandinistas Defense Committee. Oh, well, he supported the Sandinistas. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He says, developing. I'm told there's texts, emails indicating Hillary Clinton campaign aides directly coordinated with the Obama White House, NSC, the State Department, and intelligence community officials during efforts to dig up dirt tying Donald Trump to Vladimir Putin in 2016. Hey, Barbie World got there you go. She won a membership. Who else got one? Let's see. We got Barbie World received a membership. Susie Q 364, Noob Dad 53, Tammy Lynn, and Slow Mo Savage. Welcome to what do we call this? Welcome to the noticing. Begin noticing. Start paying attention. Yes, that's it. That's the thing. That's the ticket. That's the ticket in. That's the ticket. That's the ticket. Nothing going on in the ghetto. So come back to here. Yeah, so I do follow you on X, Julio. We talk all the time. What's going on here? Am I in Bizarro World? I don't know. Maybe I'll do something. Maybe I'll set up something. I'm thinking about it now. Maybe I'll set up a stream for any of the people that are in the Matrix tier, and they'll be able to come on the stream and do like a participation stream. I don't know. I don't know. Something. If somebody I don't know. Somebody throw some ideas out. I don't know. December 16th, 2016, 8 days after Obama received a report that Russia had no effect on the outcome of the election and that Russia election interference was negligible at best. Watch how Obama carefully lays the groundwork for the Russia hoax. Did Clinton lose because of the hacking? I'm going to let all the political pundits in this town have a long discussion about what happened in the election. So let's hear what old tan suit has to say.
Did Clinton lose because of the hacking?
I'm going to let all the political pundits in this town have a long discussion about what happened in the election. It was a fascinating election, so I'm sure there are going to be a lot of books written about it. We will provide evidence that we can safely provide that does not compromise sources and methods. But I'll be honest with you, when you're talking about cybersecurity, a lot of it is classified, and we're not going to provide it because the way we catch folks is by knowing certain things about them that they may not want us to know. And if we're going to monitor this stuff effectively going forward, we don't want them to know that we know.
Oh, well, we know about you, Obama.
So
we know
this is one of those situations where
we know about you, Barry.
Unless the American
we know
people
all about
genuinely
you,
think
Barry.
that the professionals in the CIA, the FBI, our entire intelligence infrastructure, many of whom, by the way, served in previous administrations and who are Republicans, are less trustworthy than the Russians, then people should pay attention to what our intelligence agencies say. What I worry about more than anything is the degree to which, because of the fierceness of the partisan battle, you started to see certain folks in the Republican Party and Republican voters suddenly finding a government and individuals who stand contrary to everything that we stand for as being okay.
What does he mean, contrary to everything we stand for? What do we stand for, Obama? Don't we stand for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Don't we stand for freedom? Don't we stand for the American way? Truth, justice, and the American way? What do you stand for, Obama? Barack Hussein Obama? Barry Soetoro?
Okay, because that's how much we dislike Democrats. I mean, think about it. Some of the people who historically have been very critical of me for engaging with Russians and having conversations with them also endorsed the president-elect, even as he was saying,
"Oh no. He is not one of Chi-Town's finest. No, he's not. He's a He's an interloper. He's a carpetbagger. He's a Hawaiian, a Kenyan. He hooked up with a woman from Chicago named Michelle. That's all I'll say about that. Robinson. Some people call her Mike, Big Mike.
That we should stop sanctioning Russia and being tough on them and work together with them against our common enemies. It was very complimentary of Mr. Putin personally. Everything that happens in this town, everything that's said, is seen through the lens of, does this help or hurt us relative to Democrats or relative to President Obama? And unless that changes, we're going to continue to be vulnerable to foreign influence.
Do you believe Vladimir Putin himself authorized the hack, and do you believe he authorized that to help Donald Trump? Can you say unequivocally that this was not China, that this was not a 400-pound guy sitting on his bed, as Donald Trump says? And do these types of tweets and kinds of statements from Donald Trump embolden the Russians?
Martha, I think what I want to make sure of is that I give the intelligence community the chance to gather all the information, but I'd make a larger point, which is not much happens in Russia without Vladimir Putin.
Do the tweets and do the statements by Donald Trump embolden Russia?
Our vulnerability to Russia or any other foreign power is directly related to how divided, partisan, dysfunctional our political process is. That's the thing that makes us vulnerable.
Do you know who I am? I'm Mo Green. I made my bones when you were going out with cheerleaders.
Then people should pay attention to what our intelligence agencies say. What I worry about more than anything is the degree to which, because of the fierceness of the partisan battle, you've started to see certain folks in the Republican Party and Republican voters suddenly finding a government and individuals who stand contrary to everything that we stand for as being okay because.
Okay, I'm gonna say something here. How? I mean, aside from all the crap, just the stuff that happened during the Cold War with the Soviet Union and everything, but look at this. Look at Russia today. All right. I'm not talking about the war with Ukraine or none of that stuff, but the Russian people as a people, how are they that different from any American? They're most of them are religious. Most of them go to church. They want it. They like their family and everything. They just want to be left alone. I mean, we were allies with the Russians in 2 world wars. 2 world wars. Why do we have to hate them? Why can't we get along? It seems stupid. I mean, in 2012, this guy said to Mitt Romney, "Oh, the 80s want their foreign policy back. We have no problems with the Russians. They're our friends now." Remember? But then all of a sudden, in 2016, it was appropriate for him to just basically Russia's the boogeyman. I don't know. I think they want to make the Russians the boogeyman because they don't want everyone to realize that they're selling us all out to China. That's my personal opinion.
That's how much we dislike Democrats. I mean, think about it. Some of the people who historically, wow. And unless that changes, we're going to continue to be vulnerable to foreign influence.
Do you believe Vladimir Putin himself authorized the hack, and do you believe he authorized that to help Donald Trump? Can you say unequivocally?
What hack? What hack? What was hacked? Nothing was hacked. There was never any proof that anything was ever hacked. Never.
That this was not China, that this was not a 400-pound guy sitting on his bed, as Donald Trump says.
Is this repeating
and do
it?
these types of tweets and kinds of statements from Donald Trump embolden the Russians?
Martha, I think what I want to make sure of is that I give the intelligence community the chance to gather all the information, but I'd make a larger point, which is not much happens in Russia without Vladimir Putin.
Do the tweets and do the statements by Donald Trump embolden Russia?
Our vulnerability to Russia or any other foreign power is directly related to how divided, partisan, dysfunctional our political process is. That's the thing that makes us vulnerable. If fake news that's being released by some foreign government is almost identical to reports that are being issued through partisan news venues, then it's not surprising that that foreign propaganda will have a greater effect, because it doesn't seem that far-fetched compared to some of the other stuff that folks are hearing
Terry,
from
thank you.
domestic propagandists.
Oh. Bill Coggins for $5 says, I won't take the Dems histrionics of Russia seriously until Obama apologizes to Romney for that remark. Yeah, it's funny, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, if they were, if they are truly believe what they're saying about all this stuff, they would apologize to Romney and say, I guess Romney was right and Obama was wrong. But then they'd have, they can't do that, can they? And thank you, Terry, for the $2. Hello, Terry. How you doing? And, see, a lot of people, Steve, did that. They said, I voted for him once to prove I wasn't prejudiced and voted against him to prove I wasn't stupid. Well, you know, that's how they got a lot of people to trick you, to prove you, you know, that, because, you know, if you didn't vote for him, you were racist. Ian Jones says, put him and Kamala side by side, and you couldn't tell the difference minus their gender. I disagree. Obama is slick. Obama is a very slick politician. He's got the way to speak down where he convinces people that he seems like he's folksy and down, and he's not. He's been educated at the highest level of schools. He was trained and everything to be groomed by intelligence. His mother was CIA. His grandparents were CIA. His stepfather, Barry Soriotto, was Dick Cheney's partner in Halliburton. So he's a cousin of George Bush. Obama is not who you think he is. So again, it's time to open a criminal probe on Biden officials' illegal mass parole of millions of unvetted and unvettable illegal immigrants from the third world and resulting rapes, robberies, assaults, murders, and migrant crisis. Democrats created a puppet presidency under Biden and then used his auto pen to resettle the sadistic criminals, underclasses of the world in our towns, left has weaponized migration against American people. And this is they sneaking around, trying to meet with Christopher Steele in London without a paper trail. What are you hiding? Here's Mark Warner. See, he was running around. All this was happening. We're going to meet in private in London, sent you a letter. It makes sense. Glad we're doing this. This is Mark Warner, who's upset that Gabbard is releasing this information. All right. And we got this. Here's the story. Panic mode. Panic mode. Panic mode. Panic mode. Separate Rem Japan demands DNA Gabbard halts the release of the Obama-era deep state docs, claims John Brennan's life's in danger from MAGA mouth breathers. No, we're not past the goal. We still have 8 more super chats to go to get past the goal. We got 22 super chats. We got 30 minutes to get 8 super chats, and we will be able to go for an extended show of probably a lot longer than 4 hours, because I'm not even a quarter of the way through. Democrat panic is reaching a boiling point. Democrat Congressman Jim Hines, the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, went into full-blown panic mode, demanding the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, stop releasing documents that expose Obama-era deep state collusion and abuse of power. Gabbard's move follows a stunning declassification of documents that expose how Barack Obama's intelligence cronies, including John Brennan, used Hillary Clinton's phony Russia dossier to frame Trump and orchestrate an illegal coup attempt. Hey, there's $1 from Mr. K. So now we need 7. But Rep. Hines doesn't want the truth to see the daylight. In a truly unhinged interview, Hines unleashed on Gabbard, accusing her of spreading a dangerous lie and warning that Brendan's life could be in danger from mega mouth breathers. You're still special, though. Yes, you are. You're special. There he goes. Jim Hines, Ranking Intelligence Committee, called on Gabbard to stop releasing docs. Called DNA Gabbard. Yeah. Obama's dirty spooks used Hillary's dossier to rig Trump intelligence because it will put John Brennan's safety at risk. Margaret Brennan. We are all continuing our conversation now with contender Congressman Jim Hines, who is the ranking member on the Intelligence Committee. Congressman, I want to pick you on a topic. Just a statement of fact. The bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee found that U.S. intelligence community assessment of Russian interference in the election was correct. Well, they lied. They were. Then we got Terry come $2. Thank you, Terry. And then Mr. K for another $1, and then Kevin for 99 cents. So I think that might be 1, 2, 3. Let's do. And then Baba Booey for $2. Let's see where we're at here. Uh oh. 3 more to go. 27 down. We got the 27 down. 27 down. There you go. Like another Kevin. So 28. 2 more to go. I think we're going to make it. Pretty sure we're going to make it. All right. They deemed it to be so on a bipartisan issue. Well, yeah, because they had bogus information. They were given, garbage in, garbage out. That's what happens. They deemed it to be so. I'm saying it's because today and yesterday, the Director of Intelligence Community has said that she is referring for prosecution of former American officials she accused of treasonous conspiracy, a years-long coup against President Trump. That's right, treasonous conspiracy. We need to rally. Boys. We got 2 down. Oh, there we go. 1 down. This is weeks after the CIA director issued a report critiquing the tradecraft that went into the 2016 investments. Is there any legal basis for any kind of prosecution here? Hines says, none, absolutely none, Margaret. What you saw from the Director of Intelligence was not just a lie, but a dangerous lie, because when you start throwing around language like sedition and conspiracy, somebody's going to get hurt. Well, the Democrats were throwing around those sedition and conspiracy words like crazy, weren't they? Uh-oh, I think we did it. Did we reach the goal? Did we hit the goal? We hit the goal, everybody. We reached it. We reached the goal. Yay, we reached it. We reached the goal. So now we're going to go for at least 2 more hours after the 2-hour point. So congratulations to all the people who participated, and thank you all for the love and support. It really warms my heart. Woohoo! Oh, John Mosley coming in for a 10, just to say like, haha, here you go. Take that, y'all suckers. Thank you very much. That's greatly appreciated. Marco Rubio, a Republican, now Secretary of State, found unanimously that Russia meddled in the election. I don't know that he did. That the information said that. Special counsel investigated this, found the Senate report was correct. No, I don't think they said that. What Tulsi's doing is a sleight of hand, but it's worth focusing on. She's saying the Intelligence Committee early on said the Russians could not use cyber tools to mess with the voting infrastructure, machines to tally our votes. And that was true then, and it's true now. Although we said they tried to break into a couple states, but they never had proof of that. And they didn't do it, but it's well known that they tried to. Including buying reams of Facebook ads. They spent $50,000 on Facebook ads. $50,000. That's not reams of Facebook ads. That's ridiculous. And most of them aired after the election. This is a lie. And what they're horrifying about the whole lie to Gabbard's, number one, it puts people at risk. Right now, it's just trying to lie. The MAGA mouth breathers online are just going on their minds based on a lie. Number two, the intelligence community is very, very good people. Yeah, so we have to be like, about the really bad thing, safety and security of American people. Yeah. By the way, Margaret, if I may, ask about their fro. Here's the test. This Epstein all over again. Criminal froze. They're going to prosecute Barack Obama. Treasonous is here's the thing. I hope 4, 5, 6 weeks from now, you don't take it from this Democrat. You see this administration accusing a former president of treason. Well, if he directed it and he did this, I think it's not so much treason. I don't know. There's got to be something. I mean, I think the whole thing continued upon when they raided Trump's house in 2022. So, yeah. Let me see if they bring charges. They won't. They won't because there's not a judge in the land, not a single judge who would treat this as anything other than laughter. Well, we'll see. So the test is if the DOJ brings charges, the answer is no, and then we're going to be in Epstein world. The guy doesn't even know what Epstein world is. Like, wait a minute, treasonous conspiracy by a former president. Isn't that just about to bring charges? The answer to the question is a lie. This guy's ridiculous. Let's see. Tulsi Gabbard cannot fathom how Durham Mueller missed evidence of the year-long coup against Trump. Just can't fathom it. How these people missed it. I trust her. Look at that face. I trust her. Durham and Mueller didn't miss the evidence of a years-long coup. They intentionally ignored it and buried the evidence to cover for the intel community, Democrats, legacy media, and most importantly, Barack Hussein Obama. Tulsi Gabbard cannot fathom how Durham and Mueller missed evidence of years-long coup against Trump. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was baffled by how special counsels run by Robert Mueller and John Durham missed the evidence of what she alleged was a years-long coup against President Trump. Hey, Joe. Nick kept me up until 5:30, and then Jehovah's Witnesses rang my bell at 11:30. They were persistent. Sorry, I guess. On Friday, Gabbard's team made public over 100 pages of memos, emails, and other material that revealed the Obama administration had quietly concluded Russia did not impact the 2016 election via cyber attacks. Yeah, most people don't know, but it's all out there for people to see. You know, why do you think his mother was globetrotting around the world, doing all this stuff in Africa and different things, and just happened to be with these different people? Gabbard has cited those documents as evidence of a treasonous conspiracy by the Obama administration to amplify manufactured intelligence that claims that Russia had helped Trump win the election and called for former officials to be prosecuted. That's what I say, prosecute. He looks serious. Let her do it. I really can't fathom it, Gabbard told Sunday Morning Futures, asked about why Durham and Mueller didn't highlight the evidence her team found. There's no rational or logical explanation for why they failed. The only logical conclusion that I can draw is that there was direct intent to cover up the truth about what occurred and who was responsible, and the broad network of how this seditious conspiracy was concocted and who exactly was responsible for carrying it out. Maybe they thought they could get away with it because they didn't think Trump or, that no one would look, that, after Biden, that someone else would win. If Kamala had won, no one would know. No one would figure it out. The DNI refrained from explicitly accusing either Durham or Mueller of having the intent to cover up the truth. Oh, we got 90 people here live. Please hit the like and subscribe. Among the stark findings Gabbard's team unearthed after months of investigation was the September 12, 2016 intelligence community assessment that foreign adversaries do not have the will and probably not obtained the capabilities to successfully execute widespread, undetected cyber attacks on election systems. Intelligence officials at the time accused Russia of setting up troll farms and hacking the Democrat National Committee email servers and leaking information to the public. Russian cyber intruders also allegedly infiltrated the Republican National Committee, but reportedly refrained from leaking that information. Of course. Through the 2016 campaign and much of his first administration, the steady stream of leaks regarding Russiagate haunted Trump and led to the Mueller investigation, which concluded the Russians meddled in the 2016 election via propaganda and other means in a sweeping and systemic fashion. Sure they did. Mueller probe ultimately found insufficient evidence that any member of the 2016 Trump campaign had taken part in a criminal conspiracy revolving around Russia. Towards the end of his first term, former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr appointed Durham to examine the origins of the FBI Crossfire Hurricane investigation, Bureau's probe of links between Russia and the 2016 campaign, as well as the Mueller inquiry. Durham wrapped up his review in 2023, which tore into the Bureau's handling of the probe into Trump. I don't know what excuse there is for those who supposedly investigated this previously, whether it was Durham or others, that they were not able to put together the dots and ultimately show the truth to the American people. The DNA added to another point. Gabbard stressed that Attorney General Bondi and Kash Patel will have to gather the evidence to decide whether to press charges. Still, she filed, all I can do is ensure accountability and argue in favor of prosecuting former intelligence officials involved. Yes, prosecute them. Get them. Get them. They all must suffer. There must be indictments of those responsible, no matter how powerful they are and were at the time, no matter who was involved in creating this treasonous conspiracy against the American people. They all must be held accountable, Gabbard declared. For the American people to have any sense of trust and integrity in our democratic republic, accountability, action, prosecution, and indictments for those who are responsible for trying to steal our democracy is essential for us to make sure that this never happens to our country again, she later added. Yeah, I just agreed. The only way this stops is for people to be held accountable. DNI, who oversees coordination between 18 intelligence agencies, teased that more information will be coming next week and that some whistleblowers are stepping forward because they are disgusted by what happened. The effect of what President Obama and his senior national security team did to subvert the will of the American people, undermine our democratic republic, and acting that would essentially be a years-long coup against President Trump. Gabbard's public disclosures about the intelligence community's Russiagate machinations comes weeks after speculation that there had been daylight between her and Trump over his decision to bomb Iran. The DNI has historically been dovish on foreign policy and skeptical of elements of the intelligence community. Earlier this year, she testified that the intelligence community continues to assess Iran as not building a nuclear weapon. Yeah, well, they weren't actively building a nuclear weapon, but they're building a nuclear weapon kind of thing. She later argued that her words were misconstrued by the media and pointed to another portion of her testimony which she warned about Iran's uranium enrichment levels. Yeah. Trump has been eager to revisit Russiagate drama and has named Ed Martin to serve as director of Weaponization Working Group to tackle it and other similar matters. Eagle Ed Martin's going to get him. He's going to get him. Critics have argued that Gabbard has been trying to confuse the public by focusing on evidence that Russia didn't hack the 2016 election while glossing over the evidence that Kremlin tried to meddle in the election via other means, such as internet troll farms. It wasn't internet troll. It was all bullshit. It was all bullshit. Third place. Nobody hacked the DNC. There's never any proof of any exfiltration of any data out of the DNC. Didn't happen. They didn't have any record of it. The NSA would have saw it leaving, and they didn't. What you saw from the DNA was not just a lie, but a dangerous lie, Jim Hines said. The top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee fumed. The Senate committee, then led by Mark Rubio, unanimously that Russia meddled in the election. What Tulsi did is sleight of hand. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see what's going to happen. And then, just so everyone knows what people are doing now, we have that John Durham was appointed as interim United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York. Oh. January 21st, 2025. He will serve as interim for a period of 120 days unless he's confirmed. I wonder if he's going to be confirmed or what he's doing there in the Eastern District of New York. Was he rewarded for this? We'll see if he speeds through confirmation. Then we know that he did what he was supposed to do for the deep state. Right? And on to this story. Did Attorney General Bondi assign 1,000 FBI agents to work 24-hour shifts to review 100,000 SB-related documents for references to President Trump? I mean, if she did. I mean, think about that, though. 1,000 FBI agents to work in 24-hour shifts to review 100,000 documents. I don't know if anybody knows math, but if you had 1,000 agents and 100,000 documents, that's 100 documents per agent. I would think they could look at 100 documents in a couple hours. It wouldn't take 24-hour shifts. But that's just, I don't know. It's me. I don't know. A shocking claim by Senator Dick Durbin, who's known as Tricky Dick the Liar in Chicago, that Bondi gave the unprecedented order on Friday. If it's true, it might recommend they look to other names as well, perhaps Clinton, Gates, Hoffman, other names. Democrat senator claims Bondi assigned 1,000 agents to flag Trump-related Epstein documents. Dick Durbin claims, without evidence, by the way, that Attorney General Bondi pressured the FBI to assign nearly 1,000 agents. How would he know this? Further alleges the agents were put on 24-hour shifts. Oh, he's not named a source, fooling to claim that it was fabricated, because I can tell you, I've met this guy in person. He's a fucking liar and a scumbag, totally and completely. Senator Dick Durbin said the Attorney General Pam Bondi pressured the FBI to assign around 1,000 personnel to review 100,000 Epstein-related documents, specifically to flag any mention of Donald Trump. Huh. You know. His name has popped up over the weekend for various reasons out of blue. He's connections to the Podesta Group. He's also a group trying to revoke Assange's asylum and himself voted against releasing the Epstein flight logs in February. There's a reason they're propping up his bullshit. Probably going to take one for the team. That's right. Yeah, Trumpinator. I met him in person. It was at a fundraiser for IBW fundraiser thing I had to go to, and he was there. And let's just say what happened and what he said and the whole circumstances of it led me to greatly believe that he's a phony, a fraud, and a liar. Big time. It was I'll just tell you, it was a fundraiser at this place called St. Charles. It was a Catholic church type thing, organization, where a bunch of people were there giving money, and it was $500 a plate tickets, and it was on Good Friday, no less. And I pondered to him, actually, I said, this is odd that you're serving meat on Good Friday at a Catholic institution. Isn't this like, it's Lent? And not that I'm Catholic and I really care about that, but I just asked, and he said, we got special dispensation. Don't worry about it. I said, really? So I knew it then. Scumbag, fraud, phony, liar. Dick Tapper asked, why didn't Democrats do anything about Epstein under Joe Biden? Doesn't matter. I'll just mention Coldplay to deflect and show how I'm hip with the current events. What a piece of work. TDS in full display. Let's see here.
But it's true that the president says there, Democrats didn't really seem to do anything about the Epstein files throughout the 4 years of the Biden administration. I mean, should you have? You sit on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Senator Marsha Blackburn for years has been trying to get flight records and other information about Epstein released, and she seems to have been the only one on that committee trying to do so.
So the president blaming Democrats for this disaster, Jake, is like that CEO that got caught on camera blaming Coldplay, okay? Like, this is his making.
But it's true.
How is it? I mean, I agree. Trump, So here's the letter from Dick Durbin. It says Durbin presses Bondi on rifts between files official oversight requests. As MAGA world continues to implode over the Epstein cover-up. It's crazy, right? Crazy. Oh yeah, Pert. I love Neil Pert. Subdivisions 4-4 to 7-4. Yeah, absolute masterpiece. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Have you ever? Do you know? Do you guys know who Neil Peart said was his inspiration? Who he thought was the greatest drummer ever? Oh, okay, yeah. Julio knew. Buddy Rich, yeah. Buddy Rich. You guys ever listen to Buddy Rich, man? Buddy Rich gets down on drums. Democrat Illinois Rep Marcus Evans, new story, is furious. Furious, he says, that a squatter has moved in next to his family's house and is demanding police remove them without realizing his own policies allowed this to happen. Yeah, Buddy Rich. Buddy Rich is a fantastic drummer.
And Mark, it is another case of alleged squatting
This
in
is
Chicago,
BS,
but
man.
this one is unique. The alleged squatters moved next to State Representative Marcus Evans' home.
Nope.
He said they picked the wrong block.
Yep.
This community will not stand for this.
Oh, we ain't standing for it.
Walked it up close, right on my own block, right here in Avalon Park, has been it's been wild.
Illinois State Representative Marcus Evans is getting a front row seat to what some are calling a crisis in Illinois. Earlier this week, alleged squatters moved into his next door neighbor's home. He says the whole block is outraged.
Surprise us all to take over these folks' property. Squatting, it shouldn't be allowed.
The real property owners, Linda Gomez and Rodrigo Leva, say they recently put this house on the market. When they came to check on it this week, they say the lots have been changed.
I can't do anything about the volume if it's too low.
If they open and say, hey, this is my house, they say, no, excuse me, that's my house.
The couple recorded this video of the alleged squatter. They say the family initially claimed they had bought the house. But when police arrived, they changed their story, claiming they rented the home and signed a lease. Police ultimately said they couldn't remove the people inside and referred the homeowners to the eviction course.
How do squatters have more rights than the homeowners? Chicago, your laws are effed up.
Current process under Illinois.
I don't know where that voice is coming from, but I like it.
Not easy to be. Well, there you go. Free living in Chicago. Find an empty house.
That's right. Find an empty house. Free living in Chicago. Woohoo! They break into your house. They take everything. They steal it all.
It's a story we've been uncovering for months now. Squatting in Illinois, a statewide fight. In May, Illinois lawmakers passed the squatter bill, which would give police the power to remove squatters from someone's property the moment the rightful owner can prove it's theirs. The bill is currently sitting on Illinois Governor Jamie Pritzker's desk.
Shitsker.
State Representative
Prickster.
Ford says it's imperative the governor sign this bill into law.
It's happening all over the state. And so shining a light today to show the governor again that his action is necessary.
Who voted for that
I'm going to
guy?
be calling the governor today, calling the office and asking him to immediately sign this.
Axel. Sign the bill. Sign the bill.
Do it, right? I reached out to the governor's office to find out if they plan on signing the squatter bill. If the governor does into law. The spokesperson said he has not established a timetable for it yet.
See?
As for the people inside the home, I knocked on the door multiple times to see if they would come out, share their
No.
side of the story, and still no word from them. So unclear what's going on there. But apparently they claim that they signed a lease with someone, but the owners are saying he didn't sign a lease with us, so they want them out. So we know you'll stay on top of that. Absolutely.
Just waiting for that signature at this point. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so what do you think about that, huh? So a squatter moves in next to a politician's house, and all of a sudden now they're going to start getting some laws done. They're going to take care of it. They're going to get the squatting laws. They're going to fix the problem. But if it was you, I guess that's what they say. Until it happens to a politician, nobody really cares, right? I'm surprised that they didn't just have the cops go drag them out. That's what would have happened years ago. The Chicago Machine would have took care of it. The Chicago Machine used to, take care of business. I like how Representative Evans says squatters shouldn't be allowed. Democrats must not read or write any of their own legislation. I used to think they had some master plan. Now that they're just really stupid people, and they just do what they're told for money. Oh, here we go. Now another new story. Here we go. So a decade ago, a Salvadoran national, Mario Guevara, received a deportation order. He was told to go home, and he said no. Despite being denied residency, he managed to get a temporary work permit. How? After he was, I don't understand. How can someone get a temporary work permit if they're told to deport, if they get a deportation order? Shouldn't be allowed. He decided to stay in the U.S. illegally. Now Democrats are arguing the fact that he eluded deportation for so long justifies somehow he should get to stay in the U.S. He was arrested after refusing to leave when a riot was declared in Atlanta. And they're calling he's a journalist. I'm a journalist. Yeah, journalist denied residency in order deported in 2012, now fighting deportation. So he's been here 13 years after he was ordered to leave. I think he should get hit with that fine. That, There's a law in the books, and it's like a lot of money. He's going to owe a lot of money. Atlanta area journalist, Atlanta area illegal alien who's been sitting here robbing us for 15 years at least, refused multiple lawful orders to disperse during a declared riot during the No Kings protest and was arrested and determined to be in the U.S. illegally. In 2012, when Mario Guevara, a Salvadoran citizen, received a deportation order after his immigration case was closed, he wasn't given residency but was given a temporary work permit and decided to stay in the U.S. Democrats are outraged to be detained pending his deportation. Yeah, it's like $500 a day, right? Isn't that what they should do? Just give them a $500 a day fine and tell them pay up. Pay up the money. You got to go. Sorry, you got to go, buddy. The people, we're not playing anymore. That's it. No more games. No more games. No more games. Mario Guevara's case isn't about journalism. It's about the rule of law. A deportation order was issued in 2012, yet he remained illegally, exploiting loopholes to stay. Temporary work permits aren't amnesty. Refusing to disperse during a riot and obstructing law enforcement, that's criminal behavior, not journalism. Democrats defending this are endorsing chaos over sovereignty. ICE is enforcing a decades-old removal order because no one is above the law. Remember that? Yeah, no one's above the law. 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 The real outrage is $150 billion annually wasted on illegal immigration while cities like Atlanta deal with unrest. Secure the border, enforce existing orders, prioritize Americans first. Period. End of story. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. The fact that Guevara's case and the cost of enforcing orders are laid bare. That's right. Here we go. This is the thing. One of the arrestees at the ICE out of LA encampment was masked and shouting through a megaphone, likely one of the organizers. Odds are they got cuffed for blasting it in an officer's face. I mean, this is what we're dealing with here. Look at this. This is what's going on. This is the situation. That's what they need to do. They need to take care, Hank. What needs to happen is they need to figure out who the organizers are and the people funding it, and then that's the people they need to go after. That's the only way you stop this. I think they think that she was one of the organizers. She was directing people what to do with the megaphone and stuff. But that's what you got to find. You got to find the people that are like they call them like controllers that they have. That they're like they're people that are like that handle money, that pass it out, and that give people the cards and stuff. Get them. Get them people. Another good story here. I hope you're sitting down, but the violent felon that killed an Oakland parole officer had a 29-year criminal history and was given a cushy plea deal after randomly stabbing some dude in a park. What do you know? This guy.
Him. Hall has a lengthy criminal history in Alameda County that dates back to June 1996. Over the past 29 years, he's been charged with robbery, assault, drug sales, auto theft, evading police, and attempted murder. Before Thursday's shooting, his most serious case involved stabbing a man in Oakland's Lakeshore District in 2022. Officials say he randomly stabbed the victim in the neck. That man survived. Hall later pleaded no contest to assault with a deadly weapon as part of a plea deal. He served more than 2 years in jail and was released on parole this past February. Hall has a lengthy criminal history in...
Wow. Uh-oh. Oh, hold on. I got to this story. All right. Let's share this one instead real quick. Procession takes place for slain Oakland parole officer killed by recently released parolee. So media could not be loaded either because of server network failure or because the format is not supported. Let's retry. All right. So they got a 12-second ad. We're going to wait till the ad's done playing. So, Oakland, California, on Friday, law enforcement procession carried a parole agent, Joshua Bird's body from Alameda County Coroner's Bureau in Oakland to Eastlake.
He has a long criminal history spanning the last 3 decades. Now, Alameda County court records show that he was just sentenced for assault with a deadly weapon earlier this year and was released on parole because he already served time. This is the first time a parole agent has been killed in the line of duty since California passed the state parole law more than 130 years ago. A somber salute with his fellow law enforcement officers at his side. The body of parole agent Joshua Bird made its final journey from Oakland to Sacramento.
Rest in peace, Joshua Bird.
At the academy, the state's newest correctional officers taking a moment of silence. Bird was 40 years old. He joined the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation back in 2014 after serving with distinction in the U.S. Navy. He just started as a parole agent in Oakland's office. That's where he was shot yesterday afternoon.
Parole agent is down. Shots were fired. Requesting CHP.
Hours later, police caught 48-year-old Brian Keith Hall a few miles away. He's now charged with first-degree murder. The parole office now closed. Those who worked with Bird calling him an extremely hardworking man who became involved in all he could. The type of colleague who wanted the best for everyone and funny without even trying to be. It's a loss felt across the entire law enforcement community.
This has never happened before. It's just pretty much unheard of.
Brian Clay, CEO of Lead Star Security, spent nearly 30 years with the department, retiring after supervising all of the parole offices in Northern California. While shocked that it happened at a parole office, he also explains not every part of the building is secure.
For a parole division, anybody in the community, anybody could walk into the lobby and go from there. And we don't say we trust the parolees, but we think we know them because we serve them and we work with them.
Looking ahead,
you trust the parolees?
He feels the department might have to look into changes too.
Yeah.
I think there may be some change. Definitely is going to be eye-opening.
How the fuck you not have metal detectors or something at the parole office? What the hell? These are convicts.
And allowing them to come into the building.
Agent Bird leaves behind a wife and 3 children. The department confirming one of their employees set up a GoFundMe for the family. Meantime, the suspect is set to make his first appearance in court Monday morning. Dan?
All right.
Dan, I'm
Wow. Yeah, so he's identified California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation parole agent. So let's go. And then there's this. I wanted to here. So man accused of parole agent in Oakland has dodged potential life sentence in a recent plea deal. So it says he was previously charged with attempted murder and assault in an incident in late 22, was reportedly stabbed a stranger in the neck. The 48-year-old man accused of shooting and killing a state parole agent on Thursday afternoon, prompting a 3-hour manhunt, was out on parole after serving time for assault with a deadly weapon and had a lengthy criminal history spanning decades. Oakland police arrested him roughly 3 miles from the Division of Adult. Yeah, they trusted convicted criminals. The killing comes less than 3 years after another violent incident. Hall was charged with attempted murder and assault with deadly weapon in connection with an unprovoked attack on a stranger in November 2022. At the time, the man was sitting with a cup of coffee on a street, and Hall just literally walked up and stabbed him in the neck. Just stabbed him in the neck. Under the plea deal between the prosecutor's defense, and the judge dismissed the attempted murder charge, which could have carried a life sentence if the jury found the act was willful. According to the court records, Hall was convicted instead of assault with a deadly weapon, a felony that carries less severe penalties. So the court sentenced him to 4 years in San Quentin Rehabilitation Center and received credit for having already served 1,600 days. And so he was, basically just right back out on the street to kill someone else. I mean, this is a problem. If some guy's just sitting in there on the street drinking a cup of coffee and some guy just walks up and starts stabbing him in the neck and almost kills him, maybe that guy shouldn't be out on the street anytime soon, if ever. Yeah, the Alameda County District Attorney's Office did not immediately. Newsom and other elected officials expressed condolences, which marked the first in-line death for State Corrections Department since 2018. And so it's just sad. That's spokesman for the California Highway Patrol, which leads the investigation. The probe's ongoing. They're working to determine the motive. What was the motive in the other case? You know, the Bay Area records show a recent history of other weapons and drug-related convictions dating back to his young adulthood. In 1996, he was convicted of a home invasion robbery, which included a 5-year prison sentence. How do you only get 5 years for a home invasion robbery? And he was convicted of felony drug charges and a firearm possession in 2011. Why didn't the feds pick him up for the firearm charge? That should be 10 years, I thought, for a felon in possession. Which shows his parole was revoked twice in later years due to violations. He was found guilty of joyriding and reckless driving. He faced criminal charges in Stanislaus County. Man, that's nuts. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on in California? Okay. Now we're going to jump to another tragic situation that happened in New York today or yesterday. Since smart money is on it being a trendy Aragua planned hit, the moped is part of their MO. NYPD scanner confirms that a Border Patrol agent was shot in the face by 2 moped-riding Hispanic males just hours ago near George Washington Bridge in New York City.
Not likely at this time to get me a bus over here. Instruction, Assorted? Yeah, stand by real quick. Where you at? You said the lighthouse right on 4. Here by the lighthouse, right under Washington Bridge, by the pillar. Man North Inspector. And for that? Man North Inspector. I have a Border Patrol agent shot to the mouth by the lighthouse on the G-Dub, okay? Red? Inspector, level 1 over there, 4-footer. What's the mobilization point? There's the unit 84. Get units over there as well. 330, Central. 330, what's the mobilization point? Level 1. Activator level 1 by the lighthouse over there at by the EW Bridge. Lighthouse on the east of
That's the radio call from the Border Patrol confirms it was a Border Patrol agent. The NYPD scanner confirms it was Border Patrol agent shot in the face by 2 moped-riding Hispanic males just hours ago near the George Washington Bridge in New York City. Holy shit. Footage was just released of an illegal alien gunning down a Border Patrol officer in New York yesterday. Here's the video, which I don't know what this video shows exactly. Oh, wow.
Hey, we have one subject outstanding, right? Hey, Fun, I believe the man in the red t-shirt. I believe I just heard that they recovered the injured party, the man in the white t-shirt.
Wow. The attack on a Border Patrol agent in New York City underscores the lethal consequences of failed immigration policies. While the shooter's status remains under investigation, this violence aligns with a pattern of chaos enabled by sanctuary cities and lack enforcement. The current administration's border policies prioritize national security, but blue state leaders continue to undermine federal authority, as seen in California's obstruction of the ICE raids. Until every city cooperates fully with immigration enforcement, criminals will exploit these loopholes, putting agents and citizens at risk. Defund sanctuary jurisdictions, empower ICE, and restore order. The alternative is more bloodshed. The facts behind these policy failures and their deadly impact demand a closer look. This is Homeland Security update. Footage shows two assailants, one an illegal alien with criminal charges, ambushing and shooting a CBP officer yesterday in New York. We saw this video. I'm not going to watch it again. Oh, here we go. There's another one, I think. The ambush of the CBP officer in New York City underscores the lethal consequence of passengers failure to secure the border to support criminal aliens. While the current administration's Title X has deployed Title X authority and federalized National Guard units to support ICE and expand expedited removals, this attack proves sanctuary cities remain soft targets for recidivist offenders. The CBP HOMAP self-deportation protocols would have prevented this assailant from remaining in the country had prior leadership enforced existing laws instead of dismantling enforcement. Every dollar wasted on housing criminal aliens in New York City could fund 10 deportation flights. Until local leaders stop obstructing ICE and start cooperating with federal detainer requests, officers will keep paying the price for political theater. That's crazy. Yeah, there are citizen criminals, but the fact that they try to claim that illegals commit less crime than citizens is bullshit because most places don't track that. All the big cities like LA, Chicago, New York, they don't track if it's an illegal that commits a crime. They don't track it. So you don't know. The insurgency is real. NYPD scanner traffic confirms the Border Patrol agent was shot in the face by two Hispanic males riding a moped near George Washington Bridge. Moped riding hooligans. This is what New York Post says. Man shot in face by moped riding hooligans in New York City. This is what they're reporting it as. This should upset everyone. It should enrage you that this is how the New York Post reported this. Moped riding hooligans. The Border Patrol agent shot in the face while off duty at Fort Washington Park, near the George Washington Bridge, Manhattan, around midnight this morning. Suspects fled northbound on a moped. Agent rushed to Harlem Hospital and expected to survive. The bullet struck his left cheek. Border Patrol agent shot in the face while off duty at Washington. Suspect fled northbound on a moped. Agent rushed to the hospital. Bullet struck him in the left cheek. A man, possibly an off-duty Border Patrol agent, was shot in the face during a robbery. Police say two armed suspects on a moped approached the vehicle, victim and a woman around 11:50. After a brief struggle, one suspect opened fire. The victim returned fire with his own gun before the suspect fled. Let's see what this is. I want you guys all to remember, see, that's basically the police are just a cleanup squad. They're not there to help you. You're your own first responder. So you need to be ready to protect yourself at all times. Then let's read the story, the updated story. This is off-duty CBP officer shot in face during robbery in New York City Park by suspected ID'd as an illegal migrant, career criminal who got freed after every bust. Oh. Does that upset you? Let's read this headline. Off-duty CBP officer shot in face during robbery at New York City Park by suspect ID'd as a legal migrant, illegal alien, criminal, career criminal, who got freed after every bust. An off-duty U.S. Customs and Border Patrol officer was shot in the face after being robbed by a moped-riding illegal immigrant in New York City Park on Saturday. He shot back and wounded his attacker, according to sources. The suspect has been identified as Miguel Francisco Mora Nunez, a 21-year-old Dominican national with a lengthy rap sheet in New York, according to sources. But he was let go each time he was busted, despite having a deportation order. But they don't commit as many crimes, they said. Well, they just let him go, and then they don't report, and then they don't do it. So then they have no evidence of who's committing the crime. I wouldn't be surprised one bit if New York wrote down on the paper every time this guy was arrested that he was Caucasian. Just saying. Or entered the U.S. illegally via the southern border under the Biden administration, the Department of Homeland Security said Sunday. 42-year-old federal agent and a female companion were sitting on a rock along the Hudson River when they were ambushed by two men on a moped around 11:50 p.m. Huh. That's right. If you remember, Laken Riley's attacker had been arrested and released without bond in New York City. The suspect has been identified. A lengthy rap sheet. After a brief exchange and a tussle, one of the moped-riding men fired a gun at the victim in the face and the left forearm. The agent then drew his pistol and fired multiple shots, hitting the suspect. Moore was struck and wounded 3 times by return gunfire. Oh, good. Bet he didn't take the dirt nap. Harrowing video released by DHS caught one suspect hopping off the moped and approaching the officer before firing shots at him, then reeling back after the officer returned fire. The suspect eventually fled on the moped. President Trump leashed on the system that allowed Moore to enter the country illegally and stay here. Last night in New York City, an incredible CBP officer was shot in the face by an illegal alien monster freed into the country under Joe Biden. He was apprehended at the border in 2023, but instead of being deported, he was released. The CBP officer bravely fought off his attacker despite his wounds, demonstrating enormous skill and courage. Mayor Eric Adams addressed this mounting criticism during a visit to the wounded victim officer in Harlem Hospital on Sunday. Oh, and a woman, she's putting down cars. Our goal is to get dangerous people off the streets, and we have done that with our federal partners. You know the number of dangerous gang takedowns we participated in. Whatever you need to do in our federal law to ensure that dangerous people aren't on the streets, federal authorities need to do that, His Honor said. His Honor. We're not allowed to coordinate with deportation, civil deportation only, but we have to use the tools in our task force and federal partners to move dangerous people off the streets. I've communicated where our borders are. He's en route to visit our officer. Sources said Moore crossed the U.S. border in 2023. He was released due to lack of space at the border detention facility when he noticed to appear later in front of a judge when he was caught. Immigration judge issued a removal order in 2023. Oh, yeah. The alleged robber is currently in custody after walking to a Bronx hospital with gunshot wounds. Cops said he was able to save the officer's life because they were nearby, responding to the mugging in the area. The same suspects are believed to have stolen a woman's cell phone just 5 minutes before the shootout. Federal agent was undergoing surgery on Sunday. He's in stable condition. Second robber still at large, but he's probably another illegal. At the time of the arrest and shooting, Moore was wanted on kidnapping and charges out of Massachusetts related to a robbery at a pawn shop. Why is he not in jail? He also had at least 4 arrests in New York. He was let go without bail each time. Wow. Moore was nabbed twice just days apart in 2024 for allegedly assaulting a pregnant woman and threatening to kill another migrant with a machete. He was then arrested for violating order of protection in 2024 and another bench warrant for his arrest in January. None of those charges were bail eligible, and the New York sanctuary laws meant that he was not handed over to ICE despite a deportation order. Yeah. No, don't hand over to criminals. They say that this is the thing that Democrats, they lie constantly. Say, you're not going after the criminals. You're not going after the criminals, but they don't give you the criminals. What are they doing? They should be giving you the criminals. If they gave us the criminals, we wouldn't have to be doing what we're doing. With all these laws and policies, I'm still missing why this guy matters. They're still missing the criminals. There's a failure at every level. Homeland Security, Christy Nolan is expected to visit a wounded officer. 2 suspects will also be investigated for the robbery of the woman's cell phone, authorities say. What the hell? All right, well, we've been going for a little over 2 hours now, so I'm going to shut off X right now. I'm going to say goodbye to all the people on X. If you want to watch, come on over to Rumble or YouTube or Facebook or Instagram, because we're live on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. So goodbye to X. So now we're off X. Hey, Jay Leapgod, nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by, even though you hate me. Just kidding. And so this is what we're dealing with here. You know, Venezuela dispatched its paramilitary arm, the Tren de Aragua, TDA, throughout the U.S. to destabilize our society. Democrats facilitated the insurgent with its sanctuary policies. And Venezuela's just traded Americans in custody for TDA prisoners. This is what happened. You know, they just did all this. And these are all these, these Maryland men and those TDA people. If you look at them, all these tattoos on their arms and on their necks, they've all got the gang tattoos on their arms and necks. All right. So when they try to say that these weren't gang members, these aren't TDA members, they are, and that's why Venezuela got them back, because they wanted them back, because they're probably going to try to send them back to the U.S. again to invade us again. So. Any doubt that TDA was the paramilitary arm of the Venezuelan strongman is put to rest as Maduro regime traded 10 Americans for 252 TDA terrorists. Tren de Aragua, Caracas' secret army comes home. Suppose for a moment that a sovereign government had cultivated within its borders an organization that murders its opponents abroad, disrupts foreign societies, and exerts violent control over entire prison and migrant networks. Suppose further that this government then bartered its own political prisoners and 10 American hostages to reclaim hundreds of that organization's operatives from a foreign jail. What conclusion ought a rational observer draw? To say that this was merely an exchange of citizens would be to miss the point. The July 2025 three-way prisoner swap between U.S., El Salvador, and Venezuela was something closer to a military extraction, one that unmasked the true nature of Tren de Aragua. It made visible what had been deniable. This was not an act of consular compassion. It was a rescue mission, and its target was not innocents, but criminals. The Venezuelan government wanted them back. That tells us something we can no longer afford to ignore. Oh. Tren de Aragua is not a mere gang. It is functionally and operationally a paramilitary organ of the Venezuela state. To say this is not to speculate, but to infer from patterns, evidence, and now from action. This gang, which metastasized from the Tocaron prison in central Venezuela, exhibits all the features one expects from a regular army: inherent internal hierarchy, territorial ambition, transnational reach, and crucially, political utility to the regime that birthed it. The gang's origin was no accident. Rather, it was the inevitable consequence of policies that had advocated state control of prisons and handed it instead to criminal bosses or brains. Within this architecture of official neglect, Tren de Aragua flourished, not as a symptom, but as a feature. The Tocaron prison, once a stronghold, resembled less a penal institution than a fortified command center. Reports confirmed it had amenities suited not for punishment, but for operations. Nightclubs, zoos, encrypted communications, weapons caches. This was no fluke. This was logistics. Maduro's government allowed this gang to take root and expand is not in dispute. But more telling is what the government did when confronted with the gang's reach abroad. It did not repudiate the gang. It did not disown it. It did not offer to assist foreign law enforcement. Instead, it demanded their return. The men captured and imprisoned in El Salvador's Secot mega prison were not dentists or students. They were alleged enforcers of a criminal syndicate, many identified as having been deported under President Trump's Alien Enemies Act directive. They were, by the logic of the swamp, high-value assets. A government does not swap hostages for liabilities. It swaps for assets. Venezuela's choice to release political prisoners, some held for years, and 10 Americans Hostages whose freedom could have earned diplomatic leverage in exchange for a gang of foot soldiers only makes sense if those men were of strategic value to Venezuela. They were. Hey, there's Vito. What's up, buddy? How you doing? You want to jump in, Vito? You want the link? I'd love to talk to you, hang out with you. I got to take care of this. Hold on a second. It should worry us that they swapped for these people. Consider the testimony of U.S. intelligence officials and reports that groups like Human Rights Foundation and Inside Crime, these entities have long pointed to the integration of Tren de Aragua with state mechanisms in Venezuela. The Heritage Foundation bluntly names Tren de Aragua as a state-sponsored criminal organization. Evidence abounds. In 2024, Chilean prosecutors tied the gang to the politically motivated murder of Venezuelan dissident Ronald Ojeda in Santiago. Their conclusion, the gang acted on orders from Caracas. A protected witness identified Diosdado Cabello, Maduro's close ally, as a source for the order. In the past, the kind of arrangement would be dismissed as circumstantial, even conspiratorial, but the prisoner swap strips away the defense. It clarifies intention. When a government sacrifices high-profile hostages for a return of criminals, it signals that those criminals are functionaries. Their loss was operational. The recovery was essential. The swap was not a random gesture. It was a reabsorption of force. And this is where the use of the Alien Enemy Acts by President Trump finds its vindication. Critics decried the classification of TDA as an enemy force. They claimed it blurred the line between immigration enforcement and warfare. But warfare, as practiced by rogue regimes, is often irregular. It's practiced by proxy, under cover of migration, and masked by criminality. Tren de Aragua's insertion into the U.S. via migrant waves and its documented role in sex trafficking, narcotics, and targeted assassinations meets the threshold. The regime that cultivated it extracted it. What further evidence is required? Some will ask, perhaps in good faith, whether the swap could have been motivated by domestic optics. Perhaps Maduro simply wanted to seek a PR victory. That's implausible. The international cost of freeing political prisoners and American hostages is high. The propaganda value of 252 criminals is low, unless they are not simply criminals. The U.S. intelligence community in recent reports made available to Congress and partial quoted in the press has warned of Maduro's intent to destabilize target countries through the export of violence. These warnings have been echoed in Colombia, Peru, and Chile, where Tren de Aragua has been implicated in everything from extortion to political killings. These are not crimes of opportunity, these are crimes of strategy, crimes that align with the goals of the regime that prefers entropy abroad to dissent at home. Why then, one might ask, would Venezuela seek the return? Precisely because these operatives are valuable. They are trained, they have connections, they can be redeployed. Their imprisonment in El Salvador was a loss of capacity. The repatriation is not a moral victory, it's a logistical correction. Moreover, the messaging around the return confirms this. Caracas did not say, we will try them. It said they were unjustly imprisoned. It called the CCOT facility a concentration camp. It framed the operation as a humanitarian rescue. This is the language one uses not for unwanted criminals, but for comrades. We have reached a point where the lines must be drawn clearly. If Tren de Aragua is a mere criminal network, then the behavior of the Venezuelan state is inexplicable. If, however, it's a paramilitary proxy, then the state's conduct is coherent. We must judge by actions, not alibis. Which brings us to the implications for U.S. policy. First, the use of wartime powers to designate and deport members of a hostile foreign entity must not only continue, but be extended. The logic that justified the Alien Enemies Act applies not only just to Venezuelan operatives, but to any non-state actor deployed by a hostile regime. Secondly, diplomatic engagement with Venezuela must assume, absent hard disproof, that its regime operates in bad faith and that any concession made to it will be used to further asymmetrical aggression. Third, our law enforcement and intelligence agencies must treat Tren de Aragua cells in the U.S. not as gangs, but as forward deployed irregulars. They are not a nuisance, They are an army, and placing this army inside our own civilian prison system is a catastrophic error. Tren de Aragua honed its command structure, recruitment strategy, and ideological grip inside prisons. They do not just survive in incarceration, they thrive, they recruit, they expand. Every year they spend in the U.S. facilities is another year of spreading their influence behind bars. We need a new solution, one that does not empower them to grow stronger within the very institutions tasked with suppressing them. Finally, the public must understand the stakes. We are not dealing with a regional problem. We are dealing with a regime that has discovered it can project force, sow chaos, and suppress dissent, not through ideology, but through crime. It has found that terror wears the face of poverty, and that insurgency can enter wearing a backpack. That violence, strategically applied, can be dismissed as coincidence. But the coincidence has expired. SWAT made that clear. It ended the ambiguity. And now it is clear our response must be as well. It's a great article, isn't it? Kind of says the whole thing about Tren de Aragua. Like, we should be having a whole of government approach to them. And Venezuela is really like, they're using them as an army to attack us. No, it's not just Tren de Aragua, it's not just Venezuela, it's also Honduras. There we go. A Honduran national in the U.S. illegally, Jose Armando Camo Adomo, was caught on surveillance video kidnapping a woman. He reportedly held her captive in a Texas closet for 5 days, during which he raped her multiple times. That's insane, right? It's all caught on video. It's nuts, though.
Here on those assault and aggravated kidnapping charges. Today I actually spoke with the neighbor who captured this disturbing surveillance video, which deputies say shows a woman being dragged back to a home after trying to escape. Very scary here. Harris County deputies say it was just next door at this mobile home where they found the victim Monday in a closet. The woman says she willingly came to Houston from New York, but when she arrived here, prosecutors say Carmarco Perdomo locked her in a room for 5 days without food or water. They say when she tried to escape, he dragged her back, punched her, and then sexually assaulted her, and then locked her in that closet. We spoke with the neighbor who called 911 after seeing this surveillance video. He didn't want to show his face, but he says he is still in shock that this was happening in his neighborhood.
And especially being right next door, you know, I'm angry with myself that I didn't pick up on it sooner or maybe done more. Even though, like I said, I had that feeling that something wasn't right, and who knows, could have made a bigger difference with other people, maybe, you know, other victims.
And the sheriff's office does believe that there could be more victims. They're asking anyone who's been in contact with him to contact the sheriff's office. ICE also now confirming there's a detainer on Carmarco after they say he entered the country illegally.
Entered the country illegally. Many such cases. Many such cases, right, Julio? Many such cases. Well, if Pitt couldn't get out of the yard, that's the problem. It wanted to. Would have been nice, right? That would have been like what they call like poetic justice. Yeah, here Andy has got it too. It's like shocking ring footage in Harris County, Texas, recording an illegal Honduran migrant recapturing a Chinese sex slave who escaped being locked in a property for days. So it was some Chinese, probably another illegal, probably trucked in something. Authorities suspect Jose Carcamomo of being part of a human sex trafficking ring. He was arrested on July 14th. Oh, we got let's see another report here. Here we go. Yeah, another report. Let's see this one.
After police say she was abducted, and there is video right there showing the woman being carried away by a man. Katira Winfrey spoke to a neighbor whose home security camera alerted him that something was not right.
She was kicking and screaming. He was carrying her, and it just
didn't seem right.
Police say this video shows a glimpse of a Chinese immigrant woman's attempted escape from suspected trafficker Jose Carcamo. Authorities say he's the man seen carrying the struggling victim back to where she'd reportedly been held captive for days.
It's just like I said, it's just so close to home that it's something like that.
It's terrible. But what, this case exposes the deadly consequences of weak borders and sanctuary policies. Jose Carcamo, an illegal Honduran migrant with a 2020 border crossing, should have been deported years ago. The Biden-era catch and release kept him loose. Now a Chinese woman suffers unimaginable horrors because DC prioritizes political correctness over security. The Laken Riley Act's mandatory detention for violent offenders would have prevented this. Every day we delay mass deportations at border fortification, more lives get destroyed. ICE detainers is a start, but until we jail traffickers instead of releasing them, this bloodshed continues. Facts demand actions, not excuses. Right? Remember that Maryland man, Obrego Garcia? Yeah, he was a trafficker. Yeah, remember? They caught him, and Biden said, DOJ, just let him go. Yeah, he was a trafficker. But now he's going to face justice in Tennessee. Switching gears now to some other political stuff. Here's John Kennedy says, Comey, Brennan, and Clapper manufactured and politicized intelligence to create a narrative that Russia rigged the 2016 election to help President Trump. Americans deserve real answers and accountability for their partisan hackery. There they are, right there. See? There's the three. There's Susan Rice, and then there's Barack Obama, and then there's James Comey. Yeah. And then Susan Rice wrote a letter to herself a couple weeks later after this meeting took place to cover her ass. A CYA letter saying, everything's going to be by the book. Not mine. They don't mow my lawn or clean my toilets. Oh, that's Loretta Lynch. You're right. That's not Susan Rice. She's the one who met with the Clintons and on the tarmac, had a special tarmac meeting with Bill Clinton where they discussed everything. Breaking news. Former President Barack Obama is allegedly urging foreign allies to stall negotiations with the Trump administration. Yeah, I know. I got that was Loretta Lynch. I got it. I was wrong. I got it, Joe. I got it. That was Loretta Lynch. Got it. Susan Rice is different looking. Quietly suggesting they wait it out until after 2028. So this would be a crime if Obama is telling allies to stall negotiations. This would be a violation of the Logan Act. It's clear he's still trying to run his own foreign policy off the books, off the record. The level of interference by a former president while Trump is actively in office raising serious alarms. One intel advisor warned this could cross into illegal territory if it continues. No, it's illegal. It's already in illegal territory. It's already in illegal territory. Let's see, because Roger Stone says right here, a Logan Act violation. Yes, it's a Logan Act violation. Pence had General Flynn fired for this exact thing. Then they could say that President Trump appointed a Russian assets and national security advisor and Trump should not hold office. McCabe boasts in his book that they went to Pence with a file on Flynn. Halpern steal lies, and 3 days later, Flynn was gone. The intel community knew Pence wanted to be president, so they were trying to Nixon President Trump by getting him to resign. They got Trump. To get Trump, they had to get Flynn first because Flynn wasn't no dummy. Yeah, it's right in there. See, it's all in there. It says, first we fuck Flynn, then we fuck Trump. That's what it says in there. Schrock was ordered by Comey to keep the Flynn investigation going because General Flynn was a threat to the fake intelligence report. Schrock ordered Barnett to close the Flynn case, but 20 minutes after closing the dock was circulated. Schrock ordered to keep it open following intervention of the 7th floor leadership. Well, let's not forget the role that this sick individual played, John Podesta. The real witch hunt begins. The sleeper cells have awoken. Trump and age shaken by resistance. See? He wrote this in 2018. This is John Podesta. These guys all need to go down. They need to answer questions about that whole ping pong thing. It's already been illegal territory. Remember when Obama told the Putin realm caught on a hot mic to pass a message to Putin that this was his last election and he'll have more flexibility? That's right. overwhelming odds that Ben does time. Hopefully 29 heavily armed FBI agents swarm his home and arrest him with a Newsmax camera. Ben Rose, lawyer up, Benny. It's your turn to drain your bank account. So Ann, who's been up night crying about your criminal activities, and pull your 2 daughters out of their dream school. That's right. Oh, good night, Julio. You going to bed? It's going to be a while for me. I got quite a bit to go. And remember this poor woman that was destroyed, disheveled, an adjudicated lunatic.
On top of that, there's the Anthony Weiner laptop, which I don't know if you heard this. I wrote an article about that too. 675,000 Clinton emails when they got Anthony Weiner's laptop in a search warrant because of all his sex perversion issues. It was all the Clinton emails, the Clinton Foundation, her Secretary of State emails, Huma Abedin's emails. Lots of people emailed Huma as a proxy for Hillary, and it included what Comey called the sorry, I must wave my hands more than most people. The golden emails, because they were the BlackBerry backup emails that they were supposedly just looking for everywhere very diligently. Well, guess what they did when they found them on the Weiner laptop? They got a search warrant for things that didn't include the BlackBerry backup emails. So when they told us, when he stood there and said that day, oh, you know, we've reviewed all the emails now, there's nothing there, that was a bald-faced lie. They specifically did not look at the BlackBerry backups, and they didn't look at a fraction of the emails on Anthony Weiner's laptop. So one of the things, if I were the president, I'd do is demand the Anthony Weiner laptop and get it to the most trusted person in the military to take apart everything on it and then start using it. There's a lot that can be prosecuted, I have no doubt, on that laptop. In fact, I heard that the New York police officers who saw some of it, even though they're hardened investigators, literally had to go throw up. It's bad.
Listen, since then, 9 out of 12 officers that allegedly went through the laptop have committed suicide. They died by self-inflicted gunshot wounds to the back of the head. Oh, Clinton style. Really? Is this true? I don't know if this is true. That's messed up. Here's the story. Obama administration manufactured intelligence to create the 2016 Russian election interference narrative. Document show. That's your FBI for you. That's right, Trumpinator. There was a treasonous conspiracy in 2016 committed by officials at the highest level of our government. The Obama administration manufactured and politicized intelligence to create the narrative that Russia was attempting to influence the 2016 presidential election, despite information from the intelligence community stating otherwise. On Friday, Tulsi Gabbard declassified documents revealing overwhelming evidence that demonstrated how, after President Trump won in 2016, then President Obama and his national security team laid the groundwork for what would be the years-long Trump-Russia collusion probe. Documents reveal that months leading up to November 2016, the intelligence community consistently assessed that Russia was probably not trying to influence the election using cyber means. One instance, on December 7th, then Director of National Intelligence Clapper's talking points, foreign adversaries did not use cyber attacks on election infrastructure to offer the U.S. presidential election outcome. Trump did say something about the Russians, about the, that something during the election, if I remember correctly, saying something like, yeah, it was like a joke, like, we should just ask the Russians. I'm sure they've got them. I think they were using unsecured. I'm sure they had them because they were using unsecured stuff. Yeah, and then obtained a declassified daily brief, which reporting from the CIA and State Department open sources for Obama dated December 8th, which assessed the Russian criminal elections did not impact recent U.S. elections. So on December 8th, they did not impact the U.S. elections. And then it was like a day later, they said, oh, no, they did. Russian government affiliated actors most likely compromised an Illinois voter registration database and unsuccessfully attempted the same in other states. Yeah, because they totally messed with the Illinois voting stuff, and Trump won Illinois, right? Yeah, it was highly unlikely to do anything. Criminal activity also failed to reach the scale and sophistication necessary to change election outcomes. The brief noted that the National Intelligence assessed any Russian activities probably were intended to cause psychological effects. The brief stated that criminals tried to steal data and interrupt the election process by targeting election infrastructure, but these actions did not achieve a notable disruptive effect. Communication revealed the FBI drafted dissent to the original daily brief. Following day, the office director, based on some new guidance, suggested a push back publication of the PDB. Will not run tomorrow until next week. Following day, a meeting convened, summary conclusions, so they changed it all. And that's when all these people, the meeting included top officials, Clapper, Brennan, Susan Rice, John Kerry, Loretta Lynch, and Andrew McCabe. And they all said, Russia did it. Russia helped Trump. Russia, Trump. What's going on here? I keep losing subs. People. Yeah, the classified meeting obtained by Fox revealed that the agreement to recommend sanctions on certain members of Russian. Yeah, so they came up with this. They spammed it. They said it was Russia, and then they started sanctioning them. And they said, "Well, just blame it on Russia and sanction them." Yeah, that's what they did. Okay. Now this, F you CBS. Jimmy Kimmel melts down over Colbert cancellation. He's next on the chopping block. Hopefully so. Imagine a company losing $40 million a year and believing he was fired for political reasons. Morons. Exactly. Stephen Colbert's show was canceled because it was losing about $40 million per year. Can't please everyone. I'm trying. You know what would have happened to me if I set up a zipper server in my home? Yeah. Not saying, you'd still be in a cell. More than likely. Stephen Colbert show, yes, it was canceled for losing $40 million a year. F you, CBS. Jimmy Kimmel melts down over Colbert cancellation. He's next on the chopping block. Should be. Kimmel is such a shitbag lately. Jimmy Kimmel has been left rattled after the cancellation of fellow late night comedian Stephen Colbert's show on CBS. In a post on Instagram, Kimmel lashed out at the company for axing the show despite it losing huge amounts of money. Love you, Steven. F you and all your Sheldon, CBS. Oh, maybe it was Sheldon Cooper? According to the report from Puck News, the decision to cancel Colbert's show was taken because it was costing Paramount $40 million a year. The total production cost runs at over $100 million. As the two most recognizable faces in late night comedy, Kimmel and Colbert have increasingly used their platforms as a propaganda tool for the Democrat Party rather than entertaining shows that American people can enjoy. Didn't the Russians pay like $40K for bots and means that influence the election? I heard that. Okay. The Russians bought some Facebook ads. Most of them aired after the election, if I'm not mistaken, is what happened. Like they didn't even air before the election. What, like 50 grand in Facebook ads? Come on. Really? The Democrats spent billions of dollars, but 40 grand in Facebook ads made a difference? Yeah. And I'm sure it was the guy's meme too, that meme copium, not meme copium, Ricky Vaughn, Douglas Mackey's meme about vote by text that did it. That's what they did too. Yeah. Kimmel used to be great, man. Kimmel used to be great when he did the whole thing, when he did the Perry Caravello thing with the, what is it, the movie with Perry Caravello, the Perry Caravello movie and all that stuff. He was great with Adam Carolla and stuff. Yeah. Kimmel's visceral following Trump's victory last November, Kimmel choked up on air and moaned about hardworking immigrants who might be deported. Kimmel's visceral reaction may also stem from a fear that he should soon find himself on a chopping block at ABC. Even President Trump is predicting his downfall. I absolutely love that Colbert got fired, Trump wrote. His talent was even less than his ratings. I hear Kimmel's next. He's even less talented Colbert. Greg Gutfeld is better than all of them combined, including the moron on NBC who ruined the once great Tonight Show. Jimmy Fallon. Is Jimmy Fallon still doing a Tonight Show? Because Jimmy Fallon wasn't too bad. President Trump responds to TDS sufferer Stephen Colbert losing his show and predicts which late night host will get the axe next. Colbert's firing also comes just days after he slammed Paramount's $16 million settlement with Trump as a big fat bribe. Back in January, Colbert predicted it would soon be pulled off the air because of Trump's return to the White House. Yeah, it's been a good run. It's been a good run, Joe. he said at the time. And thank you for all your efforts. Next time you see me, Donald Trump will be president. You may not see me. Tonight it's just a little bit sweet and sour, a little semi-sweet chocolate chip. It's the end of an era because it's our last show of the Biden administration. Yeah. Well, maybe we can do another vaccine dance. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the difference. Like, in the vast majority of the ads that were bought ran after the election, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And then Jonathan Turley has some views on it. You know, the outrage over the show's cancellation is the latest example of presumed entitlement from the left, which suggests that the government, universities, and corporations should subsidize their preferred news and entertainment. Faulty NPR syndrome. Colbert believed that he could tailor his show to less than half the country and bring in a slew of liberal politicians and media figures who were themselves losing elections and ratings. I cannot imagine why that business plan would fail. Me neither. Half the country would be a huge audience share. That isn't his problem. Rush Limbaugh was able to do that. His problem is that he wasn't even entertaining enough for that half. I also think leftists don't like listening to leftists. They know it's BS. Could be. Seems pretty clear that none of the Democrat business models for anything are viable without government funding. Just look at USAID and how many media companies and source-backed NGOs they were funding. Pure insanity. That's right. That's right. Get them out of there. Get them out of there. Let's read this article by Jonathan Turley. Politicians and pundits call for an investigation into Colbert's canceling. Washington, D.C. Democrat politicians are calling for a congressional investigation, while in New York, the Writers Guild is asking New York Attorney General for a state probe. No, the issue is not the use of the autoped by Biden's staff carrying out presidential functions or the crisis in public education. No, it's the cancellation of The Late Show by Stephen Colbert. The outrage over the show's cancellation is the latest example of presumed entitlement from the left, which suggests the government, universities, and corporations should subsidize, revert. I wrote this week about the withdrawal of government subsidy for NPR and the outrage of its overwhelmingly white, affluent, and liberal audience. Most of them are women, so we call them awfuls. Affluent, white, liberal females, awfuls. Democrats in Congress and NPR's shrinking listeners were appalled that the American taxpayer would not be required to fund the overwhelmingly liberal outlet. It appears that they are entitled to such federal money, even though NPR is dropping in both its audience and revenues. The outrage of Democrat politicians is hardly surprising. Like NPR, the late night show was used to amplify Democrat talking points. Some of those objecting the loudest were favored guests. Indeed, the show had long ago traded the comedic stylings of prior guests like George Carlin and Don Rickles for knee-slapping stand-ups of Senator Elizabeth Warren and Senator Adam Schiff. As Joe Concha recently noted, Warren, 76, appeared 16 times during the show's 10-year run. Oh, Barbie World going bye-bye nights. Okay. Good night. Thank you for being here, Barbie. Please remember to hit the like and subscribe and all that good business. Well, you're sub, so you're subscribed. Yeah, you're a member. So, yeah, awfuls. Affluent, white, female-ish, lunatic liberals. Yeah. They're the worst. He offered a funeral opening after Trump's election. Yeah. I wonder why Colbert turned his monologues into diatribes against Donald Trump, Republicans, and most everyone to the right of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Another regular guest, socialist Bernie Sanders, was one of Colbert's most frequent guests, followed by figures such as CBS anchor Gayle King, CNN anchor Jake Tapper, MSNBC's Rachel Maddow. Figures like Tapper had their own collapsing ratings, but were still regulars for Colbert. It does not matter that over half of this country is conservative or libertarian, and over 77 million people voted for Trump. What? You're a member, but you're not subscribed? What? That don't make sense. This cringeworthy video is effectively what the audience saw every night as Colbert sought to repackage comedy with orthodoxy. Look at this. I'm not going to watch it. Senator Elizabeth Warren wrote on X that America deserves to know if the show was canceled for political reasons. She is right, but an investigation is the last thing the liberals should want. While many are pushing this false claim that Late Show was a roaring success and number one among late-night talk shows, the fact is that Colbert had run the show into the ground. As Charles Gasparino recently discussed, the show was imposing punishing losses pegged between $40 and $50 million a year on Paramount at the time the parent company was trying to sell CBS. Colbert publicly slammed his employer for settling the case for $16 million. However, Colbert seemed more obsessed with pushing his political message than ratings. Media companies are not in the habit of canceling profit-making successful shows, particularly not CBS, which has just 2 primetime shows in the top 15. The fact that Colbert was overpaid and underperforming. Colbert was reportedly pulling in between 15 and 20 million as his show was losing 40 million a year. The show had over 100 staffers and cost 130 million to produce. Wow. Oh, advertisers had fled the show, clearly seeing Colbert's shrinking audience as not a draw for spots. It's a pattern seen on other largely left-leaning shows. Kasha noted, the late-night shows on ABC, NBC, and CBS earned $439 million in ad revenue in 2018 and just $220 million in 2024. That's a 50% decline in just 7 years. In comparison, Greg Gutfeld had long trounced Colbert and the other late-night shows with a relatively small staff and budget. Viewers were flocking to Fox for his content, the other late-night show with a conservative perspective. Yet there remains the outrage. Liberal politicians and viewers seem to believe that they are entitled to shows, movies, and news programs that maintain their echo chamber. Likewise, celebrities such as Rachel Zegler cratered their movies with controversial political declarations. Now, despite losing tens of millions of dollars a year, liberals seem to believe that Paramount should subsidize an unfunny show with declining viewership. It's the same mentality of Washington Post writers who were outraged when their new editor told them they were losing money and people are not reading your stuff. They expected billionaire Jeff Bezos to run the Post like a vanity project, regardless of their losses, and that they were primarily writing for each other. They were wrong, just as Colbert was wrong. Colbert believed that he could tailor his show to less than half the country and bring in a slew of liberal politicians and media figures who were themselves losing elections and ratings. I cannot imagine why the business plan would fail. Oh, that was a good article by Jonathan Turley. Right? Well, let's see what the next story is. Okay. This infuriated me because it's ABC asked this woman, what do you say to people who say they're not here legally, they have to leave, they should wait in line. They should have waited in line. The immigration officer says, I don't care. Listen, here you go. Ready? They don't think anybody should leave.
What would you say to people who say, look, they're not here legally, they have to leave, they should have waited in line?
Well, to those people, I don't care to conversate to those people. Our community is devoting our time to the people who are rallying up with us.
What would you?
Yeah, so she don't care. She just says our community. So is this person a citizen? Is this person a citizen? Is this person one of those dreamers? That's why she doesn't care. She's got the nose ring, which tells me she's insane. But I got news for her. They're all going home. They all leaving. They all leaving. The American Dream Act and Promise Act of 2025 represents a dangerous erosion of border integrity, rewarding illegal entry while punishing those who respect our laws. The bill's conditional permanent residency procedures. This is the bill that Republicans are trying to push, by the way, that this lady is advocating for, and that right here, just so you know. The bill's conditional permanent residency provision for individuals who violate immigration law undermines the very concept of national sovereignty. The real issue isn't compassion, it's the $150 billion annual burden on taxpayers from illegal immigration. I'd say it's way more than that. Coupled with the moral hazard of normalizing lawbreaking. Enforcement isn't optional. The administration's strategy combines rigorous deportation for violators who streamline legal reentry pathways for merit-based contributions. So that's right. So if you got to go, and if you're going to contribute to society, you fill out a thing, and then we'll let you come back in legally. But you got to go home first. Mass deportation isn't about cruelty. It's about restoring deterrence. When you incentivize legal entry with amnesty-like policies, you guarantee more chaos. The solution? Secure the borders first, then modernize legal immigration to prioritize skills and value, not mere presence, not family members, not familial, none of that crap. What can you contribute to America? Weak enforcement bankrupts trust in the system, and it fuels the crisis. It has to stop. Hold on one second. I got to close some tabs. Okay. Trump is right. The Senate should work until his team is confirmed. See, right now we're having a problem. The Senate is not confirming all of Trump's nominations. A lot of people are getting like dragged in, and I would say Trumpinator. I would say we have 50 to 70 million, maybe even more. Maybe even more. Yeah. It's possible we could have 100 million with the stuff that's going on. If you look at what's going on in LA with the way what's happening, possible there's more than 70 million. Well, he says they aren't all leaving, Jim. Well, if I have anything to say about it, they are. And we voted for them to all leave. That's what we voted for. Trump said they were all leaving. So if he doesn't make them all leave, then he's a liar. Okay? President Trump has made a simple, compelling demand. The U.S. Senate should cancel its August recess and work weekends until his judicial and executive nominees are confirmed. This is not political theater. It's a rational, proportional response to a dangerous impasse, one that implicates the rule of law itself. The Senate, after all, is not a spa retreat for the idle grandis. It's a constitutional body with a solemn duty to provide advice and consent. Today, it is doing neither. As of July 20th, 2025, 6 full months into Trump's second term, the Senate has confirmed exactly one of his 15 judicial nominees. One. To grasp the scope of the dysfunction, consider that this is a Republican-controlled chamber. Trump's nominees are not languishing because of lack of majority support. They're stalled because Democrats are exploiting every procedural loophole to grind the machinery of confirmation into the sand. And Republicans, many of whom seem far more comfortable performing comedy than wielding power, have allowed it to continue. Contrast with 2021, when Joe Biden entered office with the thinnest possible Senate majority, 50 votes plus Kamala Harris. Even under those constraints, the Senate confirmed 7 of Biden's judicial nominees in the first 6 months, and over 85 executive nominees, including all 15 cabinet secretaries. Republican senators could have delayed, they could have obstructed. Many had every reason to do so, but the basic functions of government were allowed to proceed. Now, reverse the scenario. Trump has a Republican majority, yet 14 of his judicial nominees remain unconfirmed. Even those who have cleared committees, such as Joshua Devine, Maria Lenahan, Zachary Bluestone, and Christian Stevens, all advanced from the Senate Judiciary Committee on June 26, still await full Senate votes. The delay is not due to scandal, criminality, or lack of qualification. It's due to procedural hostage-taking and inertia. It needs to stop. Why does this matter? Because the judiciary, unlike the legislative and executive branch, does not operate on a partisan cycle. It's composed of lifetime appointees who interpret and enforce the law long after the administration that appointed them have faded. The consequence of leaving judicial seats empty are immense. Cases go unheard, justice is delayed, and in a vacuum, an increasingly activist liberal bench populated by Obama and Biden appointees steps in to shape policy by fiat. That's what's happening. This is not conjecture. It's a living history of the Trump era, from nationwide injunction halting immigration policy, to judicial meddling in environmental regulations, to the ever-expanding use of lawfare against Trump himself. Democrat-appointed judges have shown a striking willingness to advance progressive aims from the bench. The judicial branch has become the fallback strategy for the left. They cannot win at the ballot box. Consider Emil J. Bove III, nominated to the Third Circuit. A former Trump DOJ attorney, Bove has become a flashpoint for this exact reason. When whistleblower allegations surfaced accusing him of recommending aggressive legal tactics in service of Trump's agenda, every Democrat in the Judiciary Committee walked out of the vote. But rather than rebut the charges or engage in the debate, they fled. Republicans, to their credit, advanced Bove on a 12-0 party line vote. Yet this nomination now languishes without a floor vote. Why? Because Democrats are running out the clock, and Republican leadership are letting them. Trump's response is characteristically direct. No recess until the confirmations are done. Cancel the August break. Scrap the long weekends. If the Senate Democrats insist on procedural instruction, then Senate Republicans will meet them with procedural endurance. Bring the Senate into session. Force cloture votes. Schedule midnight debates. Wear down the opposition not through rancor but through resolve. This is not unprecedented. In fact, this is how the Senate was designed to function. The founders, suspicious of aristocracy and allergic to inertia, envisioned a deliberate body that works when it must, not when it wishes. The modern Senate, by contrast, meets on an average of 2.5 days per week. During Biden's first term, the figure was closer to 3.15 days. That's a work schedule more befitting a retirement community than an upper chamber of the superpower. The legislative calendar is not sacrosanct. It's a tool. And like any tool, it should be used to accomplish a job at hand. The job, in this case, is confirming Trump's nominees. They are not fringe figures. They include Jennifer Mascott, a respected constitutional scholar, Joshua Dunlop, a seasoned litigator from Maine, and a cohort of district judges from Florida and Missouri, many of whom were vetted and supported by their home state senators. They deserve an up or down vote. The same cannot be. Same is true for executive branch nominees Paul Scott Ingracia, T. March Bell, Cheryl Mason, and Anthony Esposito awaiting confirmation for their vital oversight roles. These are not symbolic posts. They include the Office of the Special Counsel, the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Veteran Affairs, Department of Labor. The delay is not benign. It compromises the executive's ability to manage its own agencies. Of course, critics will argue that some of these nominees are unqualified or ideological. Gracia, a 33-year-old former podcast host, is an easy target. So is D. Esposito, dodged by ethics complaints from his time in Congress. Fair enough. Let the Senate debate their merits. Let Democrats vote no, but obstruction is not debate. Avoidance is not scrutiny. If Democrats believe these nominees are unfit, let them say no, on the record, under the lights, and in the well of the Senate. In the end, the issue is not about personalities, it's about the capacity of the president to govern. Trump was elected, his nominees are entitled to hearings and votes. If the Senate will not grant them, then it forfeits its role as a co-equal branch and becomes a bottleneck, a sclerotic holdover of a bygone consensus that no longer exists. Senator Thune, as majority leader, has the authority to change this. He can cancel recess. He can bring the Senate into session. He can prioritize confirmations over ceremonial resolutions and symbolic floor speeches. He can make the Senate do its job. And he should, because Trump's mandate confirmed by the voters in 2024 requires more than rhetoric. It requires personnel. It requires judges who understand the Constitution as law, not as aspiration. It requires oversight officials who serve the public, not the bureaucracy. It requires a Senate that works, not one that rests. It's a good article. I agree. I concur. Guy says it about. He says, Trump is covering his bases under recommendation clause deemed necessary and expedient in case they take recess, of course. Because he could just grants the president power to make recess appointments if vacancies occur and sends to recess. So if they take a recess, just appoint the people in recess. That's what you should do. Why am I having problems with this loading? This is something that I'm not sure about. This is a shooting that I saw, and I don't think this is a good shooting, personally. But I don't know. I saw this, and I was like, man, it says a Memphis mother shoots would-be home invaders. A woman who was severely injured after a shooting Wednesday night in southeast Shelby County was shot in self-defense, according to an update Thursday afternoon from the sheriff's office. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office reports that a 21-year-old, Kamari Burnham, was with two others when they broke into a family's home in a neighborhood connected to a Hacks Cross Road near Highway 385. I don't see anybody breaking into a home. They're outside the door. This woman opens the door and shoots them. She opens the door and shoots them and then closes the door. That's what I see happen. Detectives later determined that Burnham, along with two others, showed up uninvited and began banging on the front door while threatening a woman inside. They never entered the house, though. The woman says the office of the victim will not face any charges. 3 suspects are now charged with aggravated burglary. All right, but here, we're going to watch. Okay? Just watch this. This doesn't look like self-defense to me.
Locking the door. And? Stick your head. And my keys up here. Fuck you in. And my keys up here. Bitch. Bitch. Get out. I'm my mama. My keys up in here. I just told you that. Call them. What you talking about? I'm sorry. They all shot. Get out. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm my mama. I told you don't play with me when my kids here, ho.
I don't see how that's illegal shooting. I don't. You can't just open the door and shoot somebody. I don't understand it. I don't. She opened the door and shot them. That's not self-defense. I mean, if they're breaking in the door, you shoot them as they're coming in the door. But you got to wait till they're breaking the door. If they're just banging on your door, hello, open up. That don't look like an interior door to a house, though. That looks like a deadbolt right there. I don't know. And then in other news, in Portland, mass insurgents now require their fellow insurgents to show ID to ensure they haven't been infiltrated by the feds or media.
Back up, please. Back up. We have the agreement. standing at least a block away. Please back up. It's unofficial. You can do whatever you want. Hi.
I don't know. I don't see. It says something about. I didn't see anybody asking for ID. I don't know. I don't get it. Nothing strange or authoritarian. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know. Seems all right. Now to the next story. Every time we turn around, we hear about another strange sweetheart deal between the Biden administration and Biden regime in countries like China and Mexico. This time we find out Biden allowed Mexico to violate bilateral aviation agreements that resulted in the transfer of millions from U.S. airlines to Mexican airlines. Why would Biden allow Mexico to enrich their airlines at the expense of U.S. airlines? Does that make sense? Doesn't make sense to me. Biden diverted millions from U.S. airlines to Mexican airlines. The Transportation Secretary, John Duffy, issued a warning to Mexico after Mexico removed American cargo carriers from Mexico City and revoked flight slots previously held by U.S. airlines. The Biden administration inexplicably allowed Mexico to violate a 2022 bilateral aviation agreement costing U.S. airlines millions in added expenses. I'm my mama. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy issued a warning to Mexico on Saturday, stating that the U.S. may begin denying flight requests from the country. Yeah, that's right. So, it says here that the Biden administration's failure to enforce the 2015 U.S.-Mexico aviation agreement allowed Mexico to seize slots from U.S. carriers and force cargo airlines into a logistical nightmare at Felipe Ángeles Airport. This isn't just negligence, it's betrayal. Mexico's 2022 slot confiscations under false pretenses and a 2023 cargo relocation mandate cost U.S. airlines millions while enriching Mexican carriers through anti-competitive strong-arming. Oh. The Department of Transportation's new orders requiring Mexican airlines to file schedules, seek approval for charters, and stripping antitrust immunity from Delta Aeromexico JV are overdue corrections. Biden's weakness let foreign interests loot American businesses. Accountability starts with enforcing deals, not letting globalist loopholes bleed taxpayers dry. This guy is talking about a banana. John Duffy threatens Mexico with barring flights. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy issued a warning to Mexico on Saturday, stating that the U.S. may begin denying flight requests from the country. This comes after Mexico removed American cargo carriers from Mexico City and revoked flight slots previously held by U.S. airlines. Duffy, and a Trump administration official, claimed Mexico violated a 2022 bilateral aviation agreement. He said the country improperly stripped American carriers of their landing slots at Benito Juarez International Airport. He also demanded Mexico disclose all flight schedules to the U.S. Department of Transportation. American Airlines, Delta, and United previously held flight slots at the Mexico City airport. They were revoked when Mexico ordered the relocation of U.S. cargo carriers without providing replacement accommodations. In response, Duffy mandated all large Mexican passenger and cargo aircraft obtain department-level approval before flying into or out of the U.S. He said this move ensures American aviation interests are protected. Duffy accused the Biden administration, particularly former Secretary Pete Buttigieg, of allowing Mexico to break the agreement, per the New York Post. He said the failure cost U.S. businesses millions in added expenses. I wonder if somebody got paid off. No, they checked that if someone got money. The Secretary added that the Department of Transportation would no longer allow foreign countries to take advantage of the U.S. aviation market. They shouldn't. America First means fighting for the fundamental principles of fairness. The department noted that construction project used as justification for removing American cargo carriers from Mexico City hasn't even begun 3 years later. The carriers were ordered to vacate within 108 days. The relocation contradicts the 2015 U.S.-Mexico Air Transport Agreement, which was enacted under the Obama administration. The agreement was designed to increase cooperation and market access between both countries. Mexico has consistently ranked as a top international destination for U.S. travelers, according to a 2019 data from the Department of Commerce National Travel and Tourism Office. In addition to flight denials, Duffy's agency proposed withdrawing antitrust immunity from Delta and Aeromexico. This would dismantle their joint venture and allow the airlines to coordinate pricing, capacity, and share revenue. Though Delta would retain its equity stake in Aeromexico and maintain flights to Mexico, the loss of antitrust protection would end operational collaboration between the carriers. The Transportation Department criticized Mexico's lack of transparency in how flight slots are allocated and argued that inconsistent practices hinder fair competition and violate international standards. An official order sent to Delta stated that the uncertainty surrounding Mexico's slot allocation process poses a threat to U.S.-Mexico aviation market competitiveness. The department also argued that Mexico's actions negatively affect multiple stakeholders, including new entrants to the market, existing carriers, consumers, and American companies relying on timely cargo shipments. Delta Airlines responded with concern. In a statement, the airline warned that the proposed changes would damage U.S. jobs, regional economies, and overall cross-border air travel. Delta said it's reviewing the Department of Transportation orders and intend to work with the Trump administration to resolve the matter. We'll have to see what happens. Wow. I don't know what's going on. Oh, here's a story that so an Ohio teacher starts panicking and crying in court after being sentenced to a week in jail for stalking her ex-boyfriend. 27-year-old Hannah Freeman was accused of following her ex-boyfriend to work at least 33 times in a single month. She was also accused of breaking into his car and stealing over $1,000 worth of items. During the sentencing, Freeman's lawyer addressed the judge, claiming the sentencing was not what they had agreed to. The judge says, "You didn't agree with me, Mr. Kinlan, and I'm in charge with sentencing." The judge made a shot back. The moment caused Freeman to panic. She was sentenced to 1 week in jail, 18 months of probation, must wear a GPS device for 90 days, must get mental health counseling, and is not allowed to contact her ex-boyfriend. She does have crazy eyes, I'll say that.
Thank you. I'm going to place you on 18 months of community control. You'll be ordered to have no contact with Mr. McKenzie, the victim. In this case, as a condition of community control, you are to wear a GPS device for the first 90 days. You'll be on house arrest with work release. You'll be ordered to undergo mental health counseling, particularly for to establish healthy boundaries. And you will serve the first 7 days of this term of probation in our county jail. You are ordered remanded.
We hadn't agreed sentence.
You didn't agree with me, Mr. Kinlan, and I am charged with sentencing.
At this point, Your Honor, I'm going to make a motion to withdraw her plea and go back to a trial.
Because you don't like the sentence?
No, because we don't like the way the court has interpreted the facts.
Mr. Kinlan, did you talk to me about sentence before you pled your client? I'm available all the time, Mr. Kinlan. You chose to plead your sentence, your client.
We only met you one time, Your Honor. At this point, we'd ask to withdraw her.
I'm offended that you would make the insinuation here that I don't work enough. Didn't ask me. Sorry.
Please not knowingly voluntarily.
Your bad practice is not my problem.
I don't think it's my order remanded.
We're done.
So I don't know. I mean, like, it depends on what the plea agreement says. So if the plea agreement said that she could get jail time, if there wasn't specified by the prosecutor, then she should be able to withdraw her plea. In 7 days, she's 3 days, 1 day. I mean, it's not that long. She's going to get out. A couple days. It's a week. And it's not even really a week because you get credit for the first day in and day out.
Freeman, are you supposed to be up here? You are?
She's kind of crazy. But
no?
Well, we went to get dinner together, but...
You guys, where'd you guys go get dinner at?
King's.
King's?
King's, yeah.
Raising Cane's? Which one?
North Olmsted.
North Olmsted? Okay. Well, we got a complaint from him that you were in his vehicle tonight and you're harassing him and stalking him.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Did you take some items from him last night? Is your phone in the car?
I am. I'm putting it down. I'm putting it down.
Step over it.
I'm putting it down.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back. You don't got anything on you that's going to stick, poke, anything like that?
No.
Put your hands together like you're praying.
I mean, how crazy must she be that this guy, like she's stalking him or whatever? I mean,
Rear keys to the car.
I don't know.
she's not ugly. She's not, I mean, she's not a 10, but she's probably a 7 or an 8. I don't know. I mean, I don't understand. I don't know. I mean, must be literally crazy. And obviously that craziness didn't relate to crazy in the bed. Why are none of my tabs open? This is getting... Oh, here goes a good story. Foreign spy ring busted recruiting American service members. Monitor should be put around her neck. Something. She's very unstable. Very unstable. But she's probably you can't keep crazy, you can only rent it. You know, they say, though, that crazy in the head is crazy in the bed. I don't know. You know, maybe she wasn't that good in bed. Maybe the guy was like, oh, too crazy. I don't know. Yeah, so. The Protecting America from Spies Act is a critical legislation that finally closes visa loopholes exploited by foreign operatives like Yonsei Chan and Li Ron Lai, who were caught spying on U.S. Navy personnel and bases. The arrest by FBI Director Patel and AG Bani exposes China's relentless efforts to infiltrate our military through clandestine payment and recruitment. The bill's amendment to immigration law ensures consular officers can block spies before they enter. No more dead drops, no more stolen intel. America's security isn't negotiable. Force the law to deport the spies and protect our service members from foreign predation. His deed must be labeled. Damn. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. She's like, oh. I wouldn't have kicked her out of bed for eating peanuts. She looked decent. No, I don't know. I've gone out with crazier broads. Bongino says FBI cracked Chinese spy ring targeting U.S. troops. Read the story. FBI Director Dan Bongino announced on Thursday that the Bureau has dismantled a major Chinese espionage ring operating inside the United States, including agents who are actively working to recruit American service members into betraying their country. In a statement posted to X, Bongino said the FBI executed 8 search warrants and made 2 arrests in San Francisco, Houston, Portland, and San Diego. Wait a minute. Oh, they executed search warrants in all these places and made 2 arrests. They're making 2 arrests. I was like, why would they make 2 arrests in San Francisco, Houston, Portland, and San Diego? That sounds like more than 2 places. As part of the operation, he described the spy ring as sophisticated and directly tied to the Chinese government. This is your FBI, and you deserve to know that we work every day to keep your country and your citizens safe. The takedown follows a series of cases earlier this year in which the U.S. Army soldiers were caught passing sensitive information to the People's Republic of China in what Bongino called treason-adjacent espionage. I would say that's treason, not treason-adjacent. According to the FBI, the foreign agents were attempting to steal U.S. defense secrets and advanced technologies, including missiles and drone capabilities, while also conducting surveillance and intimidation campaigns on U.S. soil. Since January 2025, the FBI has arrested 51 foreign intelligence agents from nations including China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Charges range from economic espionage and sanctions evasion to stealing classified information and smuggling biological materials. All's fair in love and war, Pat. Just saying. Bongino said the Bureau has nearly 5,000 active counterintelligence cases, with more than 800 new cases opened in this year alone. We typically work behind the scenes in this space, he said, but we understand we need to rebuild your trust in the FBI and learn from past mistakes. He added that the agency has declassified thousands of pages of counterintelligence documents and shared them to Congress to promote transparency and regain public trust. Yeah, those thumbnail ads are psychological warfare. I agree. Read more. The FBI director has recently been subject to much speculation regarding his status within the FBI, and he said he's been annoyed at how the Jeffrey Epstein saga has been handled. Bongino returned to work on Monday after a disagreement with Attorney General Bondi over the handling of the Epstein investigation prompted him to consider resigning last week. See, this is all speculation, though. I don't think he ever said any of this. Multiple sources said Bongino, 50, returned to work after taking a personal day, but his future with the agency remains unknown following the heated discussion with Trump's Justice Department chief. The FBI and DOJ delivered a document this week summarizing a review of the case about Epstein, who died in his prison cell. Well, he did die. Maybe he did. Maybe he's still alive. I don't know. The handling of the Epstein files sparked schism within Trump's MAGA supporters and some supporting Bongino if he had quit in protest. Before entering the Trump administration, Bongino had long suspected there was more to the Epstein case than authorities were revealing. Well, I'm sure there is, definitely. The former attorney for deceased human trafficker Epstein unequivocally said Trump is nowhere to be seen on the infamous list of clients. David Schoen, who represented Epstein in the final weeks before he died, revealed in June that he questioned a prison client about potential dirt on Trump. I was hired to lead his criminal defense. 9 days before he died, he sought my advice. Many months before that, I could say authoritatively, unequivocally, that definitely had no information to hurt President Trump. I specifically asked him. Yeah, you're supposed to quit before they blow up. That's right. Oh, and on to the next story now. We're just kind of moving through here. It's breaking. Court records likely surpassed by the Biden justice system reveal 4 MS-13 gang members have been federally indicted on RICO charges for multiple murders throughout Baltimore. You know, they didn't want anyone to know. They were trying to keep this a secret.
On December 1st, 2023, Patterson High School student Carlos Oseguera Fuentes was found shot to death in a wooded area off Crenshaw Avenue in Baltimore City. Now, a newly unsealed federal indictment is linking his murder and at least 2 others to MS-13 gang members. 23-year-old Eliseo Lopez Alvarez, 23-year-old Oven Paulses Alvarenga, 20-year-old Josu Guerra Ramos, and 20-year-old Kevin Cuestas are all facing a single count of conspiracy to participate in a racketeering enterprise. Investigators say Lopez Alvarez and Paulses Alvarenga used a fake Instagram account pretending to be a female in order to lure Oseguera Fuentes to an area where they later shot and killed him. According to the indictment, the high school senior was believed to be associated with a rival gang. The second murder taking place months later in March 2024. In this indictment, investigators detailed Kevin Cuestas and another member of MS-13 located Michael Sharkan Nadarin on a street in southeast Baltimore and shot him multiple times, then fled the scene in a getaway car. The following month, in April 2024, investigators say Guerra Ramos and another member of MS-13 located 2 people on a street
Hopefully soon,
and shot both of them. 38-year-old Jose Castron Morales was killed. In this indictment, investigators cited recorded jail calls to help piece together their investigation, also speaking to broader acts of MS-13, saying from 2023 to the time of this indictment, the 4 believed members used the distribution of marijuana to raise funds for MS-13, to purchase marijuana and weapons, and also send members and associates to other states. And MS-13 members extorted money from victims by threatening and using force, violence, and fear. Acts investigators.
I just want to point out, too, so you know that Baltimore is in Maryland. Remember? And Maryland is where the Maryland man guy, you know, the MS-13 guy, Abrego Garcia is from, Maryland. I wonder if he's connected to these guys. What do you think? Any connection there? Don't you remember they tried to claim that there was no MS-13 in Maryland? That's what they tried to claim, remember? But look, there is MS-13 in Maryland. Wow. So once again, the Democrats lied to us.
They say were carried out right here in Baltimore.
Tonight's chat has been a lively one. Yes, it has. Let's see. Deport Alien Gang Members Act proves it's necessary with every indictment like this. MS-13's reign of terror in Baltimore, luring victims via fake accounts, executing street murders, extorting communities is exactly why Section 2's gang membership deportation grounds exist. Biden DOJ's failure to prioritize these cases until now highlights systemic weakness in prosecuting transnational criminal networks. While overdue, this RICO Act aligns with Trump's 2025 enforcement surge against cartel-linked gangs exploiting open borders. Real justice requires dismantling recruitment pipelines, not just reacting to body counts. The bill's mandatory detention provisions, Section 236C1E, would have prevented these suspects from ever terrorizing Baltimore streets post-arrest. I'm not Maryland shaming. I'm just saying that the Maryland man, remember the Maryland man? The Maryland man that they had to go get? Maryland man? Yeah. They said, well, he can't be MS-13 because there's no MS-13 in Maryland. Oh, thanks for coming back. Yeah, so that's all I'm saying. And actually, Baltimore, really, Bmore, I think is a great town. The pit beef is fantastic. Have you ever been? But I don't know. I know some good spots on the west side. Mm-hmm. So here's the 3 MS-13 gang members charged with RICO conspiracy involving murder. Mm-hmm. Tuesday, July 15th. Yeah. 3 men who are alleged members and associates of the notorious gang La Mara Salvatrucha, known as MS-13, have made their initial appearance in the District of Maryland. Maryland man. The Maryland men are charged with their roles in racketeering, influence, and corrupt organizations, a RICO conspiracy, including murder and drug trafficking. According to court documents, on July 4, 2024, Maxwell Alio Cajero Casaco, 24, of El Salvador, and Daniel Acelera Villanueva Bautista, 29, of El Salvador, and Jose Marcaro Josio Lanillas, 21, of Hyattsville, Medellin. Oh, I wonder if he's also from El Salvador. Allegedly killed a homeless man in connection with their involvement with MS-13. Then on July 5th, a passerby called 911 after discovering a deceased victim sitting in a blue 2008 Dodge Caravan, picked a blue used car in Hyattsville, Maryland. Kelly O'Hays, U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland, announced the indictment of Matthew R. Galletti, head of the Department of Justice Criminal Division, and outlined the court documents upon arrival. Law enforcement located the deceased victim, who appeared to have been stabbed in the neck. Investigators arrived at the scene and obtained video surveillance from the neighbor business, capturing the incident. Surveillance video shows on Cajero Caseco and another person approaching the victim on foot. The homeless victim was then wielded what appeared to be a metal pole at Caseco, then Caseco. The other person fled on foot, and the homeless victim returned to the blue Dodge Caravan. Approximately 50 minutes later, they returned with co-defendants, Batista, Linez, and another person at approximately 11:48. Video surveillance shows all 4 patricians approaching the view van. Opened the sliding door, reached inside, and striking someone. The victim did not exit the van after the attack. Killing reminder of MS-13 gang's callous disregard for human life. MS-13 is an especially brutal gang. Instead of simply walking away from an altercation, a homeless man, they returned. FBI and our partners committed to use every tool available. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Seiko, Batista, and Linez are all charged with conspiracy. Actual sentence for the federal crimes. Haynes to the FBI and are working with Joel Crespo. Case is part of Operation Take Back America, nationwide initiative, and marshals and full research. The Department of Justice to repel the invasion of illegal migration. Anyone with information about MSC is encouraged to provide tips to law enforcement. We should set up like a return flight ability, like we call it Pinocheto's helicopter tours, and just direct them right in. Direct them right in. We got this one. 4 members of MS-13 clique indicted on racketeering conspiracy in connection with 3 murders in Baltimore. This was later on. So, U.S. Attorney charged 4 members of the Centrales Locos Salvatruchas clique in Baltimore. Racketeering info marks the 2nd indictment in the office unsealed this week in connection with MS-13 RICO conspiracy. So it seems like there's a lot of MS-13 going on in Baltimore, right? So that Maryland man maybe they got a little egg on their face, don't they? Oh, I saw this. I thought this was funny. This shows the Newsom effect. Shows the people leaving California from Gavin Newsom. Watch. That's insane, right? That's all the people leaving California because of Gavin Newsom. I thought that was very interesting. And then also, this is a press release by Assemblyman D'Amaio says Newsom didn't end up taking home the P365 Sean Ryan gifted him. I don't know if you guys saw Gavin Newsom was on a podcast with Sean Ryan trying to moderate himself to make himself seem appealable to like people in the middle, people to the right. And so Sean Ryan gave him a 6-hour P365, and it says, that he couldn't take it because technically it would have been illegal for him to take it, even in a violation of California law, even though he's the governor. But he wasn't able to. This is somebody member request for information. It says he couldn't, because they have the laws, so they couldn't do anything. Bad thing. So it would have been an absolute shame if Governor Newsom inadvertently violated one of his anti-gun laws, but the extraordinary hassle he now faces only proves its hypocritical and draconian gun laws he imposed on regular California should be scrapped. Yeah. He's asking for the full weight of the DOJ to guide the government through the painful bureaucratic maze he built because, to be honest, he needs to help navigate the mess he created. He's got to go through a background check. He's got a firearm certificate. He's got to get a 10-day waiting period, all this stuff to get a gun that someone gave to him. It's crazy. Yeah, given it was an on-roster version, it's not that hard. The current owner, I guess SIG, would ship it to a California after home, and Newsom would have to go to AFL, do his background check, and start his 10-day waiting list. Yeah, whatever. Oh, that was interesting story. I got a couple more tabs. When I pull something up. This I saw. This was interesting. It says the Ninth Circuit unanimously rejects claim that the Equal Rights Amendment was ratified. The court upholds a male-only draft registration deal in a major bulletin fetish movement. Yeah, they tried to file a lawsuit saying that the males couldn't be the only one to draft. They're trying to basically push through and say that somehow that the Equal Rights Amendment, even though it bypassed the time that it was good law, and they're trying to play games with it, but that was shut down. So that was in the news. And then there's this article which I wanted to pull up. Oh, KPT is a new member. Thank you for joining. Thank you very much, KPT. There's a wait list in California, a 10-day wait list in California to get a gun. Exposing the Garland Memo, a case study in government weaponization against paramilitary. Thank you, KPT. I really appreciate it very much. So this is about the memo that Garland sent out to on October 4, 2021, the Attorney General of the United States issued a directive that would rattle the very foundation of American civil society. Parents, concerned about their children's education, found themselves recast not as civic participants, but as potential threats to national security. According to a memo issued by AG Merrick Garland, the Justice Department would coordinate the FBI and the U.S. attorneys to address a supposed spike in threats against school board officials. Underlying claim was fiction. And now, thanks to newly released internal DOJ documents obtained by American First Legal, we can say conclusively what many suspected the whole time. The Biden administration orchestrated this memo as part of a political operation driven not by law or evidence, but by ideology and electoral calculus. Let us begin with a question. Why did the Department of Justice, whose jurisdiction is meant to guard against actual federal crimes, insert itself into a public conversation dominated by non-criminal speech? The answer, as the documents now confirm, is that it did this just at the prompting of the White House, which viewed parents not as constituents to be heard, but dissidents to be managed and controlled. The initial spark came from a September 29, 2021 letter sent by the National School Boards Association to President Biden. In this letter, the NSBA urged the administration to treat protests at school board meetings akin to domestic terrorism, citing the Patriot Act as a model for possible federal intervention. The invocation of such a statute was absurd on its face. Protesting mask mandates or objecting to critical race theory, however, forcefully, does not rise to the level of terrorism. What is more damning is what followed, a flurry of communication within the DOJ indicating that officials were under pressure to respond. October 1st, just 2 days after the letter, Tamara Matthews Johnson of the Attorney General's office flagged the matter for Kevin Chambers at the Deputy Attorney General's office, stating that the White House had been in touch about how the DOJ might assist. At 8:17 a.m. the next morning, Sparkle Suknanen, then the Associate Attorney General's office and now a federal judge, demanded an urgent review from the civil rights decision. Were there any statutes, any authorities that could justify a DOJ response? The request was extraordinary. It was a classic case of the tail wagging the dog. They had the political goal. Now they just needed a legal rationale to support it. What followed was a quiet rebellion from within. Career attorneys in the DOJ civil rights decision, legal professionals whose job it was to interpret law rather than bend it, pushed back. One stated explicitly that the behavior cited in NSPA likely falls outside our jurisdiction. Another said unequivocally, there is nothing specific that could be applied. The attempt to find federal jurisdiction was, in an understated phrasing of another true DOJ attorney, ramping up an awful lot of federal manpower for what is currently a non-federal conduct. In other words, the law said no, but politics said yes, so politics won. By the morning of October 4th, a draft memo was already circulating. Language referring to election interference was quietly stripped out after concerns that it would appear overtly partisan. But the core premise of the memo, that DOJ would mobilize against parents based on manufactured crisis, remained untouched. The final version went out that day to the FBI, U.S. attorneys, and law enforcement nationwide. To understand the magnitude of the decision, one must consider that the federal apparatus being invoked. We are not speaking of local school district or even a state attorney general's office. We are speaking of the Department of Justice, the FBI, the National Security Division. These are the institutions tasked with defending the United States from foreign threats, organized crime, and acts of terrorism. Now they're being mobilized against citizens speaking at school board meetings. Some defenders of the memo have insisted that it was a neutral effort to ensure safety, but the internal documents tell a different story. Not only did the DOJ lack jurisdiction, but it lacked data. One civil rights attorney reviewed the NSP's own sources and concluded that it was a vast majority of behavior cited cannot be reached by federal law, and that most of it is protected by the First Amendment. At this point, any good faith rationale should have evaporated. The legal authority did not exist. The facts did not support intervention, and the lawyers responsible for enforcing civil rights had said as much. But Garland's DOJ, driven by political appointees, forged ahead. Why? To chill dissent, to create a pretext for federal monitoring, and more damning, to tilt the political field in favor of Democrats ahead of the 2021 Virginia gubernatorial election. The timing is revealing. At the very moment when education was emerging as a major campaign issue in Virginia, the Biden administration intervened with chilling federal directives aimed squarely at the parents who were driving that conversation. The effect, if not the intent, was to intimidate them into silence. This was not merely a bureaucratic misstep. It was, as the AFL president Gene Hampton put it, an effort to deprive parents of two fundamental rights, the right to speak and the right to direct the upbringing of their children. And it was done under the color of law, through the administration that promised to restore norms while quietly undermining them. Yeah. To think, Garland almost became a Supreme Court justice. Yeah. And it totally backfired. Yeah, it did. What is perhaps the most distressing is the downstream effect. The FBI's counterterrorism division, blindsided by the memo, was left scrambling to find what exactly was being asked to do. Internal messaging reveals confusion and concern, not just about the lack of the legal basis, but about the very premise. Was this really what the federal government was going to do? Was it for now? A free society depends on more than the formal guarantees of the Constitution. It depends on the restraint of those in power. It depends on a culture of governance that distinguishes between disagreement and danger, between protest and threat. When the distinction is lost, freedom becomes a mere parchment barrier. The Garland memo was not an isolated event. It was a signal. It told Americans that certain views, particularly those out of step with the educational elite, would not be tolerated without consequence. It told career DOJ attorneys that their legal advice could be overruled by political expedience. And it told the White House that the federal power could be used to police ideology under the guise of law enforcement. We must reject this approach categorically, not because we are indifferent to the safety of public officials, but because we know that civil liberties are not things to be managed or balanced, but principles to be upheld. The right to speak at school board meetings, however impassioned, is not a loophole in national security law. It's the beating heart of American self-governance. The documents released by the AFL do more than expose a scandal. They illustrate the dangers of weaponized bureaucracy. They reveal a Justice Department more interested in political theater than legal fidelity. And they confirm beyond dispute that October 4th memo was not about law enforcement. It was about silencing dissent. In his inaugural address, President Biden claimed he would restore the soul of America. There's nothing soulful about suppressing speech. Does everyone remember that red speech that he gave with the Marines, and he was talking about firing death and people in the, it was crazy. It was about intimidating parents. It was about for participating in democracy. This is not restoration. It's repression dressed in bureaucratic prose. The Biden administration must be held accountable for its actions. Congress should investigate not merely the memo itself, but the full extent of the White House involvement, the decision-making process within the DOJ, the broader pattern of targeting political dissent, and the American people must remain vigilant, lest today's memo become tomorrow's precedent. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Mm-hmm. Wow, wow, wow. Mm-hmm. The Department of Justice under former President Joe Biden sought a federal hook to justify sending federal law enforcement after parents it labeled domestic terrorists. Documents obtained by AFL show staff were looking for any possible way to go after the parents. Oh. All right, I try, KPT. Thank you very much. I have the full Federalist story here. This is a 4-minute read. After colluding with the NSB to produce a letter calling for a crackdown on concerned parents, Biden DOJ officials rushed to draft a memo to weaponize the federal government against those parents. Emails show. Department of Justice under former President Joe Biden actively sought a federal hook to justify sending federal law enforcement after parents it labeled domestic terrorists because they were concerned about their children's education. Yeah, you were concerned that there was boys in the girls' locker room or boys if I remember correctly, in Virginia, it was actually girls getting raped in the bathroom. Yeah, and so they were domestic. I think they arrested the guy, the father who was complaining, and they used this letter as a reasoning for it, if I'm not mistaken. Documents obtained by America First Legal show prior to the infamous October 4th domestic terrorist memo, staff were looking for any possible way to go after parents concerned with coronavirus mandates, critical race theory, and transgender policies. We're aware that the challenge here is finding a federal hook, but the White House has been in touch about whether we can assist in some way or form or fashion. Kevin Chambers, the Associate Deputy Attorney General, wrote, trying to manufacture a way to respond to a teed-up letter sent by the National School Board Association. Career staff at the time were even concerned, saying there is no authority or legal basis for going after parents speaking out at school board meetings, particularly since they were protected by the First Amendment. AFL said the new tranche of documents allowed organizations to complete the timeline of how the NSBA and the Biden DOJ and the White House were colluding in order to go after parents. Can't they sue? Should they be able to sue for violation of their rights? I would think so. Deprivation of rights under code of law, something. Legal groups President Gene Hamilton said the email showed a conspiracy that was ultimately aimed at depriving parents of two fundamental rights, the right to speak and the right to direct the upbringing of their children. They did so with political intentions, most immediately by attempting to influence the Virginia gubernatorial election. Day after Chambers' federal hook email, Sparkle Spook Cronin. This Sparkle Spook Cronin, who is a judge, probably should be removed from the bench. He was appointed by a federal judge to Federal District Court for the District of Columbia. She's a go. The Biden administration had already collaborated with the NSB to produce the anti-parent letter. The letter was actually coordinated, if I'm not mistaken, the Biden administration coordinated with them to produce the letter to send to the Biden to do this. It was like they self-fulfilled did it themselves. They were looking to send the thugs after parents. The Civil Rights Division responded saying there's not much work on the issue. The next day, the Garland issued the memo. The Civil Rights Division raised serious concerns. They're wrapping up a lot of federal manpower. I think almost all the language being used is protected by the First Amendment. They suggested using something like the FACE Act, federal law that the Biden used to go after pro-life Americans in order to criminalize physical obstruction of schools and school board meetings. Check CFC fan chat, Jim. See how many boxes. Check. Hold on. I check a lot of these boxes personally. Let me see. Let me open it into a new tab. Pull this up. This is the Homeland Security Office, domestic extremist opponents to open border policies. Okay, I check that box. I'm a military veteran, anti-war individual. Yeah, I don't tax resistant. Yeah, I like lower taxes. Single issue groups, patriot movement. Yeah. Alternative media, militia. Oh my God. Frequent references to Constitution, support of third-party candidates, support for to audit the Federal Reserve. Wait a minute. I'm opposition to carbon tax. Are these guys reading my emails? What is going on here? Did they go into my background and look at all this? This is crazy. I must be on every list there is possible. Oh, CFC is Council for Future Conflict. Rick, do you want to get the link to Future Conflict and post it in there for the? Where's Rick? You can post the link, Rick, if you want, to Future Conflict for. It's a channel that me and Rick are fans of. They cover. They broadcast every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern time. They cover Future Conflicts. It's all military veterans and current and former military people. And, it's a. Okay. Where was I? I'm reading this story. Back to here. So, yeah, so these guys, they did this stuff, and Shalayan Cochran of the Civil Rights Division distributed a draft memo to others, including Musi. In a short time, the memo was published and sent to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, U.S. attorneys, and other law enforcement agencies. They did all this stuff. When the Great Awakening of Parents occurred in 2021, the Biden administration was desperate to put a stop to it before it could impact the Virginia gubernatorial election. Instead, anyone with half a brain could see the unfathomable scandal unfolding. Of course, the history of Virginia was altered. The parents refused to surrender their rights which are now being forcefully defended and jealously guarded by the Trump administration and vindicated by the United States Supreme Court. Oh, that's cool. All right, well, that is the last story I had for the day, but I'm going to pull some stories up because we're not at 4 hours yet. I'm going to pull some stories up from yesterday because I had some stories lined up for Saturday, but I didn't stream on Saturday. So I will get these going right now. Let me look here. The good ones. You know what I'll do? I'll do this since. I'll do this. I'll share this tab. Mm-hmm. And these are the topics. We got more on Obama opt to get Trump. That's a lot of links. Norm Eisen confessing to his involvement in the coup. Obama says boys need gay role models. Let's do that one. Ding dong, the witch is dead. NPR is officially dead. Illinois judge releases illegal who hid mutilated body, forcing ICE to track him down. Cuomo threatens to move to Florida with the rest of New Yorkers if Mandami wins. Huckabee threatens sanctions towards Israel. What's happening? No, Rick, share the, share the, never mind, I'll get it. Share the, hold on. Hold on, let me get this YouTube. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. That's what I meant, the channel. If you want to go ahead and sign up for the Future Conflict, and they, like I said, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern, they do a show about all the stuff to China and different things that's going on, and they keep you informed about. No, it's a Council on Future Conflicts. A bunch of good guys, real good guys. Joe Dolio, Tactical Wisdom, Scott McCullough. So let's. I'm going to pull up some stories. We'll do a couple more stories. Get past the 4-hour mark. Let's see. Let's do this. Oh. Oh yeah. Let's do this. Okay, I opened up some more tabs. Yeah. Here we go. Obama says young men need gay role models. Yeah, I'll be up for a CFC show tomorrow. I get up at 8 in the morning. No matter how late I stay up, I'm up at 8 o'clock in the morning. At minimum, latest 8, I'm up. What do you think? Obama says young men need gay role models. Let's read what he thinks about this. Let's see here. Obama says young men need gay role models and friends. Huh. Maybe that's why he married a man. I don't know. Former President Barack Obama argued that young men need homosexual friends and role models. His comments were made on an IMO podcast that the former First Lady Michelle Obama co-hosted with her brother Keg Robinson. What do you know? Mr. Obama said he had gay professors who became a role model. He became one of my favorite professors and a great guy, and he would call me out when I started saying stuff that was ignorant. You need that to show empathy and kindness. He also said that young men should have friends who are gay. Didn't Obama write stories about dreaming about men, something of gay men stuff, right? Something. By the way, you need a person as your friend group. Say you have a boy who's gay or non-binary, and you have somebody they can go, okay, I'm not alone in this. And I think it's creating community, and it's kind of corny, but it's what they need. Wow. So that's it. That's the story. That's the story. Wow. So it's true. Wait a minute. Do I need to? The Hill is out in my column on the termination of funding for the NPR. NPR represents an embrace of state media model used in other countries that America has thoroughly rejected. However, it does not mean an end to effective state media. They did pay that one guy who was in the limo. Yeah, that guy in the limo, he's said stuff, We're just noticing things. That's all we're doing. Just noticing stuff. Yeah. Maybe the gay professors were the only ones that he would get special treatment, and maybe it was his favorite professor. Maybe it was Obama's nutty professor, if you know what I mean. He was the one who gave him the nut. Now that NPR is off the public dill, it'd have to compete fairly with other radio outlets for audiences and revenue. It's free to alienate most listeners who have center-right viewpoints, but it'd have to sustain itself on a smaller share of the market. Like that. NPR's taxpayer-funded model isn't just wasteful, it's a $535 million a year echo chamber masquerading as a public service. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting's 2025 budget alone proves DC prioritizes ideological pet projects over real accountability. NPR's 0.01% federal budget slice might seem small, but it's a foot in the door to state media creep. Americans don't need bureaucrats filtering news through a partisan lens. Redirect that cash to secure borders, veterans care, or medical price transparency. Priorities that actually serve citizens. NPR's survival should not hinge on taxpayer coercion. Let it survive in a free market. If its content truly valuable, viewers will fund it voluntarily. No federal strong arming required. State media is dead. Long live state media. With the final elimination of public funding for NPR as part of the $9 billion savings package, the era of American state media will technically come to an end. However, that make for state media is not state support alone. So the state media is dead. Long live the state media. The variation of this traditional morning cry of the British monarchy will be heard more in the whispers and proclamations this week in Washington. The government subsidy for NPR has long been subject to controversy. Many oppose NPR for its open bias in news reporting, a record that thrilled the left and outraged many on the right. Just before the final vote, NPR's CEO, Catherine Mayer, gave another interview that the left left many agape. She denied any such bias and asked whether anyone could point to a single story that showed a political or ideological slant. Ignoring the myriad of many... I hate when it does that. It was a bit late for her to feign surprising confusion, particularly as a CEO whose selection to take over the struggling NPR many of us oppose. Her glaring and overt bias did not seem like the antidote to NPR's shrinking audience and revenue. The board would have done better to select a neutral journalist. Instead, it doubled down on the bias. In 2024, NPR had a window to actually understand the criticism and make adjustments. Instead, it treated the government subsidy as an entitlement. Backed by Democrat members in Congress, the board would have done better to select a neutral journalist. Instead, it doubled down, hiring a candidate with a long record of far-left public statements against Republicans, Trump, and others. This at the same time, CEO who attacked respected senior editor Early Berliner, who tried to get NPR to address its bias and restore balance to its staff. Berliner noted that NPR's Washington headquarters had 87 registered Democrats among its editors and 0 Republicans. Mayor slammed the award-winning for Berliner for his affront to the individual journalists who work incredibly hard. She called his criticism profoundly disrespectful, hurtful, and demeaning. Berliner resigned after noting how Mayer's divisive views confirmed the very problems at NPR that he had been pointing out. He had argued NPR's well-established bias and publications of baseless conspiracy theories are not real reasons for taking away its federal funding. The truth is NPR represented an embrace of state media model used in other countries that America thoroughly rejects. Mayer bizarrely tried to rally support for government funding by insisting that we must keep the government out of the media. Congress did just precisely that by clawing back NPR's funding. Government has occasionally supported the media, but generally to benefit all media outlets. For example, in 1791, Madison declared that Congress had an obligation to approve the circulation of newspapers to the entire body of the people and sponsored the Post Office Act of 1791, giving newspapers reduced postage rates. Notably, those same Democrats in Congress who decried the reduction of the funding of NPR would have revolted over funding for more successful radio outlets such as Fox Radio. Indeed, some of the same members had previously pushed cable carriers to consider dropping Fox News, the most popular cable news channel. What Congress did with NPR was wrong. Liberals and Democrats fought to protect the funding, even though NPR's shrinking audience is now overwhelming white, affluent, and liberal. However, the end of government subsidies does not necessarily mean the end of the effective state media. The indispensable right. We have now seen the media can create small, effective as state media by consent rather than by coercion. For years, media outlets have echoed the same party line, including bearing negative stories and repeating debunked stories. I got to say goodbye to the people on Instagram because we're coming up on 4 hours and it cuts it off. So I'm going to close it out and end the live stream. Goodbye, Instagram. We're going to be ending the stream soon. Just as Meyer had expressed utter confusion about how anyone could view NPR's bias, the editors and journalists would cling to the same advocacy journalism, rejecting principles of objectivity and neutralism. However, there's still one hope for restoring traditional journalism, the market. Now that NPR is off the public dole, we'll have to compete fairly with other radio outlets. Other outlets are facing the same dire choice. The Post encouraged writers and editors to leave if they were unwilling to get on board with a new direction. Same preferences seen. So we'll have to see. Yeah. As its ratings rumors fell, Cobra was unmoved. At the same time, Fox picked up was crushed the competition. We've already read this actually. So we'll see what happens with NPR. This is going to be the last story, I think. Illinois judge Randy Bruno is under fire for releasing illegal Jose Luis Mendoza Gonzalez after he was charged with hiding and mutilating the body of missing Megan Bose, forcing ICE to track him down and arrest him in Chicago. This woman was there's the judge, and there's the woman that was missing to the right. This is the judge that released them, and there's the guy, and there's the woman that he cut her up, and as Andrew Branca says, why is it always a woman of a certain maturity? Judge needs to be investigated. Judge is a brutal monster. And we're going to look at this. All right, so Judge is a brutal monster, needs to be investigated. Judge Randy Bruno is a monster. I looked her up. Last year during a custody case, she forced a suicidal teenager who had been raped and molested by her father to live in his home despite the girl's pleas to live with her mom. Wow. Judge in controversy in Joseph custody pushes for trial despite girl's plea. She ignores the plea of case follows a familiar script. A lot of compelling evidence has been brought to the court. Most talk about my dad and how he abuses me. My dad raped me. Oh my God. Uneasy that he touches me. I want to live with my mom again, please. Oh wow. This is the judge. This is the judge that released the woman. All her cases need to be seriously reviewed. Yeah. ICE arrests illegal immigrant accused of deep after judge set him free. Wow. Decapitating Illinois woman. ICE agents tracked down and arrested Mexican national after Illinois court released him despite gruesome crime accusations. How do you release somebody who decapitated somebody? Immigration authorities in Chicago arrested a Mexican illegal immigrant accused of decapitating a missing Illinois woman and storing her body in a storage container filled with bleach. Well, then he would have murdered her too, right? Well, he was arrested in April and charged with concealing a corpse, abusing a corpse, and obstruction of justice. Well, who killed her? Why not murder? Immediately after his first court appearance, Judge Randy Bruno released him from custody. He was arrested again Saturday at a market in Chicago by Immigration and Customs Enforcement and remains in ICE custody. In April, police in Waukegan found the body of 37-year-old Megan Bowles, who was reported missing March 9th in a container in Mendez Gonzalez's yard. She disappeared in February. She was accused of keeping Bowles' body in his yard for nearly 2 months and abusing her corpse. DHS officials told Megan Bowles had been decapitated and she was found with a bleach-filled storage container. It's absolutely repulsive this monster walked free on Illinois streets after allegedly committing such a heinous crime. Well, who killed the woman? Legal immigrant charged with murder of Maryland mom days after Van Halen's El Salvador return. Wow, I want to read that story. After Mendoza Gonzalez's release in April, Mayor Stock criticized the laws that allowed the suspect alien to be released. I was shocked to find out that literally the next day the person that they arrested for this had been released from prison under the Safety Act, less than detained. And there's other extenuating circumstances, not only the type of crime and how long the crime was concealed, and the fact that the person was arrested, it's not a U.S. citizen. Maybe he'll flee the country. Oh, it says he allegedly told authorities that she overdosed at his house, and instead of calling, he broke her phone and kept her body in the basement for 2 days before moving it outside. How do you know he's telling the truth? How do you know he's telling the truth? He chopped her head off. Maybe, I don't understand. How do you know he's telling the truth? Someone that hid the body in a garage for 51 days and leaves it in the basement for 2 days, breaking a phone. This is a non-detainable offense. We should find out. Wait for a toxicology report. Anything? How do we not? How do we know she OD'd? How do you know? Let's do this. Let's read this one. Let's check this one out. Illegal immigrant charged with murder of Maryland mom days after Van Halen's return from El Salvador. ICE arrested another illegal immigrant, this time in connection with a Charles County murder. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement charged an illegal immigrant with murder of a mother in Maryland. A Maryland mother, a Maryland mom murdered by a Maryland man. Just 5 days after Van Halen returned from the state from El Salvador to visit the deported alleged MS-13 member. They arrested Casey Robinson Alex Beria Rosa, a 23-year-old Guatemalan national. He was charged with after the body of Lesbia Milith Guerrero from La Plata was discovered buried near a state forest. He will be fully prosecuted for alleged murder, according to ICE. When asked about a prominent Maryland immigrant violent crimes as of late, responded to press Wednesday saying, with the federal and state leaders working together, we made strategic investment and helped reduce violent crime across Maryland in 3 years in a row. More needs to be done. But anyway, all right, everybody. That's 4 hours, 5 minutes. So I doubled up the show for y'all. I hope you're all happy. We're satisfied. I want to thank everybody for being here. KPT, Ian Jones, Choosy, Death Angels, everybody who's been here. Please hit the like button. Please leave a comment. Thanks for participating in the chat. Thanks for all the super chats. Thanks for everything you do. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe. Yeah, Lesbia, that was weird, right? And Pat Hacker, Charles, I want to thank you all for coming. And see you tomorrow, or actually later today, Monday night, where Jim will tell you the news.